and find out what shenanigans Reuven is up to.
Ooh, it's gonna be some shenanigans.
Um,
Reuben and his elven party.
Reuven and what?
His elven party has an elven cat and an elven
Yeah,
horse now.
an elven horse. Big parentheses. It's an elven horse, most definitely. So, why don't you give us a short introduction to what this session and probably the next session will be about?
Sure. So, as of our in-game timeline so far, Uzma and Reuben has just made the way back to, or more or less camped in Lobay for multiple days. And as we were there resting, the rest of the party, the two NPCs, quote unquote, escaped from us, from our grasps, while also Uzma, let's say like 3 or so days ago now, has headed off somewhere. He promised he'll be back in Terega by some time, but I'm not very sure what's going on with that. He just promised that he'd only travel by roads and he'd be safe. So Reuven has been left to his lonesome in the tavern in Lobay, the LLL, for the past week or so, even after just staying in Lobay, he has begun to realize he's being pushed down. Everything that's happened recently, with the party members scattering to the winds, two of them not even wanting to do anything with our party anymore, our great end goal kind of shimmering in the distance. We're kind of directionless. Reuven is directionless, as he's more or less finished off most of the goblins, though there's still much to do with that. And he's begun to feel as chains have been locked onto him. He's stuck in his old ways. He can't really even progress on his journey as a bowman, as an archer of the elves. His skills, though, are still increasing, lack an oomph, lack an edge that he thinks he should have. He's walking in fog, metaphorically, without any clear direction. And now both this real life actual happenings of people leaving him and these more metaphysical chainment of his archery skills has led Reuven into a much darker and depressing sentiment. His For the past, say, good half week more, he's been just sitting in his room in Low Bay, kind of just not doing anything, kind of pouting, sitting in a pillow fort with his cat, muddled in kind of depression and unease. But with our journey thus far, at least the plan so far would be for Reuben to go somewhere, ask someone, anyone, for direction. With the first plan would be to ask Arya, the dryad druid of the Lobey Elven Woods, one of the only very few individuals Reuben has thus far seen as people who he actually respects to a very high degree and would take life changing advice from. And that would be his play thus far. Though out of character, I'm not sure if we did decide on the uh, uh, what are they called? The winged lions of Mount. What's the mount's name? Kazakh?
Karak. Karok.
Karok. Did we decide on that, or are we leaving that up in the air thus far? As long as
Oh, it's left up in the air.
Sure. Okay. We can. I'm up actually out of character, open for anything. I'm ready to rumble. And again, out of character, we have 2 weeks now of this week and tomorrow, next week's session,
Hmm.
where our lovely Toff slash Uzma is not with us,
Yes.
so we can we have some time to play with.
Yeah. So, two things going on. One, Ruvens kind of doesn't really know what to do with himself at the moment.
Exactly.
He wanted to become this kind of leader figure, working on his leadership skills. His
Yep.
party seems to be crumbling under his fingers.
Exactly. His grand inspirations coming to the human lands to be a great leader in the human lands, so he could be a great leader in the elven lands, has so far crumbled to dust, with
And
half of the party leaving.
yeah, and on the other hand, you feel this need to become even better at what you're doing.
Right. He's feeling like he can shoot, and the techniques he learned in the elven lands in his youth that were taught to him, he like can do them. He can do almost all of them now. He's reached a level where he can do all of the basic requirements in archer, the trick shots or the basic normal ones at least. He can do or has a grasp of them. Even though, with some time, practice and more experience, he could probably get better at those, but he doesn't have his own path, his own edge in archery that he really feels like would make him, or would call him, a master archer.
Hmm.
And he's kind of lost. If he was at the Elven lands, he could ask the elders, his parents, but here there's very few individuals he thinks to ask for help from.
Okay. So,
Where would you like to start? Should we?
I think that's kind of the place where we start. Reuven sitting in his room with the cat, kind of sulking, not really knowing what
Mhm.
to do. You kind of you, Reuven doesn't give a flying fuck about money, right? So you're just throwing
Absolutely.
gold pieces around to pay for fancy wine, pay for the room, pay for buffs.
Yep. Yep.
Uh, the last 2 days, you had to go outside to head to the temple because you were in ambulatory care at the temple for your remaining wounds.
Indeed.
Uh, weather is bad. Still rainy. Uh, it's not a strong rain today, but still raining. Life seems a bit grim.
Yeah.
You're in the city place. I mean, Lobey is a acceptable city for you, I guess, because most of the structures are wooden. Um, but still,
Sure.
it's the city. There's a lot of humans and other races around. People look at you kind of strange. Do you still think that they are admiring you because you are like Reuven the Goblin Slayer, or do you think the sense has shifted and they?
Hmm. As he sees these gazes on him, he these multiple days of gloomy and depressing thoughts have definitely muddled his ego, his self conscious a bit, as he has these. Though what he would usually look at as just the weird gazes of humans that look up to him, and as they should, as they're just normal human commoners, uh, and as Ruben himself is doing great deeds for them, killing the goblins. For the past, definitely at this juxtaposition point of this great depression weighing on his mind, he definitely sees many things through different lenses, and
Mm.
there's that anxiety birth at the crevices of his mind, thinking of like those guys probably looking at you like you're nothing. You suck. They probably heard that everyone left, and you're alone now. You're nothing. And such thoughts and voices appear in Reuben's head at intermittent times.
Do you still feel welcome in the town, or do you feel like it's time to leave?
Um, Last time that I went, like yesterday evening, when I went to the priest's area, did they tell me like you're good now? If you take another day of rest, you don't need to come back.
Well, I mean, you feel healed. You feel like the wounds have healed off. They kind of left you with no bandages the last time. Like you went to get the bandages changed, and they said, "Well, it's fine. You don't need them anymore." The
Sure,
external wounds have healed.
but the mental wounds.
Yeah,
uh,
you don't feel up to speed, but
Exactly.
you are maybe.
He definitely, now that most of the people have left, especially with the guild, multiple guilds even, or mainly the Hunters Guild being here, it slightly irks him being here. And this, I'm assuming, a dreary morning that's raining in Levay. What day is it?
It is a Thursday.
Okay, and it's like, as he looking out to dark grayish morning skies of Low Bay.
Yeah, over clouds in the sky. It's lightly raining. It was raining much more yesterday, but still, it looks kind of looks depressing.
Mhm. He probably looks out to the people walking by and the other buildings and the people walking within them. And not quite a sneer, but a slightly menacing growl becomes goes over Ruden's face, looking at these humans, these fucking humans, constantly going around. God damn them! As he finally reaching the edges of his patience with this, takes a big sigh and even a growl at this, at his situation, just general living area, and just like with some newly found strength, just like throws the big mattress that he's using as a half cover for his pillow fort, just throws it into the other side of the room. Does a just a self-deprecating, but also a feeling of being crushed, and a response to that is that just a shout, just "Kah!"
As you like throw the mattress through the room, you are kind of surprised at how hard you throw it. You're still not used to wearing the belt, as the mattress just like slaps against the wall. Kitty jumps through the room as you scream. He looks at you from behind the bed.
Reuven is definitely physically looking much more depressed than usual. Even in all the time, even the awful times he was very nearly killed by a lion bird monster with to a very inch of his life. Even then, he wasn't looking quite as pale and harrowed, and so very large and deep and blue bags underneath his eyes. and his hair, usually waving in the air, glistening silverish light, is just more blonde and just muted and just hanging by the sides, looking very unwashed. As he lets go a sigh and begins silently, but with some aggression, putting all of his stuff inside a bag or a backpack, all the things he's accumulated in the room thus far, just throwing it all inside the backpack.
Roll me a saving throw versus spell.
Oh, I got
Is that a pass for
spell
you?
exactly. If I'm wearing my actually, my spell DC is 14. A
Okay.
+1 if I'm wearing my
Yeah,
shield.
I don't think you're wearing the shield in the room.
So it's
So
it meets it
yeah,
exactly.
you feel like something's brushing um, over your thoughts as you see Kitty like poking her head out behind the bed where she was hiding.
At that one moment of like some unnatural, unknown force like intruding onto his mind, he
You have
probably.
felt this a lot of times before.
Ooh, okay, yeah. So there might be a very slight moment of like a twitch of aggression, like just looking what the fuck, and like the just his buried deep down, almost volcano-ish emotions that he's buried thus far almost begin to erupt, and looks
Yeah,
around,
you
but
look
then
around. Yeah,
realizing what's happened, seeing the cat, he calms down.
yeah. And Cat says, "Why angry?"
There's a moment of silence from Reuven as he doesn't quite know where to place his emotions at the moment to respond to his companion as he finally says, I I am not angry. I'm just I I don't know. I'm can't I as he like slaps some of the wooden bits or like a table or something within just this mindless aggression that comes from not being able to fully analyze you and digest your own emotions.
Cat,
I
kind of ignoring what you just said, says, "When I angry, I go play catch bird or catch mouse. Sometimes, sometimes catch long ear. Mostly catch bird. Wanna play catch bird?"
uh, I and then he like probably the strengthy aggression filled like slap going across a table probably slightly calms him as he brings himself back, does a rush through his hair, like pulling out some of the leafy or like dirty bits of hair that's accumulated, and then kind of just I okay, sure. As he slightly deflates from his aggression, he just says, "Yeah, yeah, we can go play. I'll take some stuff, and we can go. Let's go."
Okay. Do you take all your stuff or are you leaving things in the room? Do you plan on coming back today?
He's not planning on coming back at all. He stuffed all he deemed worthy to put in his bag, put it over his shoulder, and is just beginning to walk out.
Alright.
Probably not
So
even eating breakfast, just
yeah.
walking straight out.
You head out, you grab your horse, I assume,
Yep.
with the stuff that Osma has left for you.
he probably yeah, he has a bedroll and a backpack and his owl feather stuff, and that's all. That's all he has.
I think you should have
That's fine.
some money as well.
Yeah, he also got. I think the bottom of his backpack is currently filled with 200 GP.
All right.
Uh, but yeah, and his armor, of course.
Yeah. So.
And I think he puts on his armor first, maybe. But probably pretty, uh, like just a real reflex, not even thinking about it much. Do you want to tell me what my encumbrance rates are at the moment? Or do I just tell you a number and you'll tell me what encumbrance I'm at?
You don't yet know how much strength you have. So
Sure.
just think that you have 18 strength, just 18 exactly, and if you go over what 18 is, then we will figure out if we have to look at it. So 18 would be 110.
A base?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, yeah, then I'm more than okay. Yeah, I put on my leather armor. Not feeling. He probably discards the thought that comes to him of, I'm much heavier than I'm usually am. I should be weighed down by this, but I'm not. He probably ignores that. Doesn't have the capacity to think on it.
Yeah. We just you're kind of in the state between knowing how strong you are and not really knowing how strong you are. So you just put your stuff on and it's not weighing you down. So who gives a fuck on the other side? When you throw stuff around, you don't really know that you're so much stronger at the moment than you usually are. So might be a problem at some points. But
But not. It hasn't shown itself yet. And we'll
I am,
cross that bridge
yeah,
when we get to it.
yeah. All right. So you grab your stuff, grab your horse, and get out of the city.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to do before you leave, or?
There's probably a moment as he's going to the edge of the town, looking back, thinking. But at the moment, he's way too encompassed by his own emotions. He can't think of anything that he's pressingly wants to do. He hasn't even gone to ask about the situation with the guild
Yeah.
for the last week. He's just existed.
Yeah.
And in this state of emotional turmoil, just somewhere eastwards, not even paying really attention, just starts heading off slightly, and probably just has the cat go on its own and start playing catchbird. Just watches the cat.
The cat, like. Give me a charisma check.
Let me just. Yep. What I thought. Ooh, very bad.
Yeah. You see the cat's like sneaking away for a bit and reappearing, then says something, ooh, I see bird, and then like runs away a bit, turns around, looks what you're doing. So she's not really getting much progress done.
Cool. Okay. I think he probably just wanders around these eastward parts woods, grabbing food as he goes for himself, and not really without any clear goal at the moment. Though he has thought about going to speak to someone, he's still kind of just weighed down by his emotions at the moment and kind of useless.
So you're kind of just wandering into the forest.
Exactly.
All right.
Probably something he's very used to doing on his home turf.
Yeah, just wander around, see what's going on.
Exactly.
Give me a perception check.
Cool. Perception 11. Wrong chat. Much better. 24.
24. Alright. You're wandering through the forest, and at some point, Kitty will, instead of saying, "Oh, see, I see bird," will say like, She actually sniffs into the air. Smelly mouse. And you can see, like, in the distance, you see something running through the underbrush. Kitty looks back to you, kind of waiting for you to react.
There's habitually a bow in his hand, not like normally we would travel, using it to bat away trees and leaves. Kind of dazed at the moment, not having super fast reactions. Looks to the area where this movement is happening and goes very much more nonchalant than normal, and kind of just very much his emotions are dampened at the moment as he goes. Just do you want to hunt it? With these almost blank eyes.
Bit smelly. No, it tastes good.
Then it's okay. We don't have to hunt it. As you probably have, like, just in a bit of just wanting to release some emotion, just picks up like an apple or a stone from the ground and just chucks it in that relative direction.
You throw the stone over there. You see some more dispersed movement through the underbrush as something small is running away. As Kitty looks back to you and says, "Wanna go catch fish? Fish very good. Very good."
Sorry, I'm getting a call.
It's bad reception in the forest.
Sorry, I was getting a call. I couldn't answer. Okay, but I'm back now.
Yeah. Miss Kitty asks you, "Go catch fish? Fish taste good."
Still in the like zombie-like blank look, he just kind of goes, "Sure, let's go eat some fish."
Okay. And Kitty like jumps and like walks in a certain direction. You kind of have to follow if you want to catch up with the cat.
Yeah. He follows to the best of his ability.
Yeah.
Though at the moment, severely hampered ability, but still so.
Yeah. I mean, your reflexes are still there, so this is your terrain. That's it's a forest. It's kind of an elven forest. Everything is exactly where you expect it to be. So, without really paying much attention to what you're doing, you can follow quite easily. At some points, like the idea jumps into your mind that you didn't really pay attention to what you were doing the last 5 minutes. But nothing bad happens to you. The cat will lead you to a small pond that you may recognize if you want to.
Ooh. Does it look similar to the Dryads Grove pond?
Yeah.
Okay. He probably has the recognition eh, in his eyes as he goes, but as he like facial expression changes slightly, but then slightly like turns back again to his zombie-like quality,
Hmm.
and just gently take the horse to the pond and have
Yeah,
put it
you
down there.
see the cat like sneaking around the pond, looking for a good place to jump onto a fish. You can watch the cat doing this for a bit.
I think he like sits down somewhere on the bed, like the edge of the water,
Mm.
and kind of just looking at the reflecting look of himself through the reflection of the water, which I imagine there is some reflection.
Yeah, there's like reflection of the water. You can look at yourself.
And there's just a long moment of Reuven just ruminating by himself, looking inside the water.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll stay there
Yeah,
for quite a bit. Yeah.
you sit around the edge of the pond. Kind of, this is like a very nice place. Almost, almost. This is kind of a meditative place for you.
Mm. Yeah. He probably sinks deeper into his own thoughts, much more than he was when he
Mm.
was, more uncomfortable in Low Bay in the human city, wrapped in bandages.
Mm.
He slightly resonates with the area and is gets into this state of mind of meditating.
Yeah, you paid a bit attention to what the cat is doing, and then after like 10 minutes, your mind wanders somewhere else, and you sink into this. Is it contemplative? Do you think about things, or are you more in a meditative state and stop thinking?
I I think he's been influenced by the people around him, especially Uzma, these past few months. He's beginning to definitely think much, much more. So if he was the Reuven that appeared here the first time he stepped onto the human lands, he'd probably let his mind wander and not think about things at all.
Hmm.
But at this moment, he affected by the way Uzma lives and reacts and thinks, constantly thinking as a wizard. He, the part of his brain is slightly more turned on,
Hmm.
and he just his mind begins to think, analyze, look at himself. But in this much more, as you said before, this some way halfway of meditation and not quite enlightenment, but thinking.
Yeah,
This
you're going through this, like what you usually do. Like your body does what your body does, but your mind is still like it's full of thoughts. It's not letting go, and you like ruminate basically about things. That's like a good description.
exactly. I
Yeah.
like that.
Instead of usually you would be sitting here and would let go of the world and just enjoy the moment and exist. And now there's these thoughts coming, jumping in the forefront, reminding you of your failures, maybe
Yeah, troubles,
troubles. Yeah.
failures. Exactly.
Uh, some time passes. I You kind of lose track of time. After after a while, you notice that Kitty sitting like next to you, has a fish and is snacking on the fish. You kind of ignore what's going on there, and all of a sudden you feel the touch of a hand on your shoulder and a voice saying from behind, "It's rare that an elf can be surprised."
There is a moment of like a head twitch of being surprised, but kind of realizing his situation and who it could all only be, he slumps slightly back down, his shoulders slightly going, staying slightly limp as he kind of turns his head towards the voice's direction, but not really looking at her, looking at the dirt around her, just
Yeah,
looking down.
like from the corner of your eye, you see this green summer dress with flowers on it, naked feet, slightly green tinted. Yeah, seems to be the voice seems to fit. So your assumption is that this is Arya the Dryad.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "You seem lost."
Still looking down, not really daring to look up at her, kind of just looking down at the dirt and the water. Reuven does a very, maybe even human like, self deprecating laugh that seems to encompass his current feelings and emotions of depression and lost and lack of self confidence. And then responds with a very low and weak answer of just saying, "Yes, lost."
Have you spent too much time with the humans?
Uh, there's a moment of slightly raising his head, though not fully, and looking at her as as her words slightly push Reuben forward as he goes. Maybe I'm I'm not sure. I I'm not sure at all of anything at all.
Uh, Kitty walks up to Arya and jumps in her lap. You notice that she's now kneeling next to you, like she's in this, sitting on her knees next to you, still one hand on your shoulder, petting the cat. You hear her whispering in a language you do not understand.
He probably is in a state of mind at the moment where doesn't really mind it, even though usually he might be slightly curious. At the moment, he even doesn't think about really.
The last time we met you, you weren't that sad. What happened?
The humans, no, the dwarf and gnome, my companions, my friends, they left. Uh, I'm so confused. As that
Why did they
element,
leave? Did they leave because of you?
I I don't know. Maybe because we're not good enough, strong enough. One was scared of other humans. The other wanted to go somewhere very far away.
Hmm. The people of these lands, they always think that you can find happiness only in a place far away. They never stop to appreciate what's around them. It seems like that has rubbed onto you.
As there are elements of her speech that connect with Reuben's heart. His head slightly turns and the corners of his eyes begin to look at Arya and look into her eyes, seemingly looking for anything.
She's looking at the cat. She's not really looking at you at the moment.
I guess Reuben then stays slightly silent and maybe releases another self deprecating laugh. Yes, I thought I was going to lead the humans, but all they've done is make me like them. I'm feeling I'm feeling so weird, so confused. I've never felt this feeling before. I feel so stuck. I like I'm useless. I can't do anything. I can't shoot my bow well enough. I can't protect my companions well enough. I can't protect myself. As images flash past his eyes of him being just peppered without arrows just a week ago.
Hmm. It feels like you take all this responsibility on yourself. Why?
There's a slight frown on his face as he now fully looking up at her, even if she's not turning towards his direction, and saying, "But isn't that what a leader is supposed to do?"
Are you a leader, Ruven?
I I wanted to be one.
Do you
As he
wish
now
to be one?
as he now begins to look he at Arya's sentences, he looks back into the water and the reflection of himself, his limpid body and tired eyes reflected in the water. I I don't know. All I all I know is I wanna I want to protect my companions and my friends, and I want to feel like I'm good, like I deserve something, as images of his elven life flash back in front of his eyes into water surfaces. I want to feel like they respect me, as in this moment, Arya's very well entrenched her deep within Reuven's psyche, and he has no qualms of telling her many of his secrets and things he usually hides away. I
Who do you want to be respected by? The humans?
I maybe, but my fellows, my peers, people of my clan, the peers of other clans.
What is it that you would respect?
As there's a moment of reflection as the gazes of the past fade away and reflect himself, and he thinks to himself deeply now in this state of almost meditation or hypnotation, like sitting in the chair next to a psychiatrist, letting them know all your situation. He goes, I think I'd respect them if they're strong, if they were capable, if they were as long as they were a good elf or a good person that does his best and and can accomplish many things to protect their own one, their own clan.
And how would
And
one
he,
prove that he's a capable, strong warrior?
has there maybe even a slight frown in Reuven's eyes as he goes, uh, as he thinks to himself deeply now, maybe even slightly veering off, looking from his own self inside the mirror-ish water, and he just looks up, doing and says, doing something heroic, something many people wouldn't do. And
Many
endanger.
people wouldn't go to the human lands and endanger themselves.
There's a moment of Reuben wanting to say no, but not having any actual argumentative answers to prove his point. So he just stays silent and frowns at his and tries to understand his own situation at this. I Others have gone to the human lands. I've. It's not like I've done. I have. All I've done is with the other humans. I wouldn't have been able to do it without all of them, my friends. I all the battles I led or fought in, all the things we did. I didn't do it myself. I Are they even that great? My accomplishments? I, the, as the bits of the maybe undiagnosed feelings of self doubt spring from his psyche, the ones that were planted very early on in his childhood, from either feeling smaller or weaker than some of his peers, maybe. And for whatever reason, they stuck around, and now they burn in his mind as he goes. I'm sure any of my peers could have done it. They're all very strong.
Could they have done it without you? Hunting the other humans in the forest, finding the goblins, the kobolds. Speaking with the centaurs.
Her words do resonate with Ruven at this point. The shell he has put up in front of him, his psyche slightly begins to crack as he does picture those scenes in his mind. The very first scene of us, our party of four, fighting against the very first group of hobgoblins, and the feeling of weakness and scaredness that he felt when those hobgoblins were charging at him and the party, but also the moments of strength and release he felt when he could slay those dastardly hobgoblins. As the scenes shuffle through his mind of both being in dangerous situations, being peppered by arrows, skewered by melee weapons, being absolutely butchered by the beak of the griffin, but also the fiery moments that he himself saw and accomplished, and killing all those people in dangerous combat. He does those memories, those scenes, do resonate with him and in his heart and his soul. And ever so slightly, his back arches slightly up, though not completely, not like a 180-degree twist, and in personality. He hasn't quite willed himself back to being usual Reuben, but the few words of Arya do resonate and echo within Reuben's heart.
She continues. I think none of your friends could have won the friendship of our feline here, as she points to the cat sitting on her lap at the moment.
As Reuben turns his gaze towards Kitty.
Kitty's sitting there, purring along as she is getting petted by the dryad. The dryad speaks once again in a language you do not understand, a different one this time. And you hear your horse making noises back. She turns her gaze towards you and says, your horse respects you. The cat likes you. The forest respects you. Why do you care so much about what the humans think? Or do you not at all care about what the humans think?
As he is there, more or less silent at this, as this resonates with him at an even deeper level of who he is as a person and an elf, and the respect of nature around him and the creatures he calls his companions. That is something very, very deep and dear to his heart.
She continues speaking after letting you think for a bit and says, I don't speak with many elves in this world, but for most of them, nature seems to be more important than other people. Even more important than the elven peers. Isn't that what your people respect? Caring for the world around you, keeping it as it's supposed to be, keeping the balance intact.
There is a mini explosion of thought in Reuben's mind as some dots are connected, and the idea of that of not caring what his elven peers think of him, not even caring what the humans think of him, and that idea is something seemingly maybe even quite new within Reuben's own heart and mind. And it swells and resonates with him. And he kind of slack jawed, kind of just nods, his gaze looking deep away from the scene. And kind of just nods alongside Arya at this, seeing if she has any other words for him. As this seemingly is a revelation for Reuben. This single thought, this single idea.
Yeah, as you sit there and don't say much, she says, come, take a bath with me. And she stands up and walks into the pond.
Reuven will, in his current state of mind, he doesn't even like. He might like unshackle his like backpack that's like made turned on in a way so it can like fall off with a pull of a string. He might do that, but even in his full cloak and armor, just walks into the water.
Yeah. As she dives under the water and disappears from your vision for a moment.
Reuven will attempt to follow her.
You dive under the water and you see small fishes around you swimming, looking at you curiously. The noise of the world disappears. The only thing you hear is like the movement of the surface of the water. And there's this short moment of peace as your mind comes to a almost stop as the outside disappears for a moment.
Yeah, I can absolutely see this happening as Reuven is slightly mesmerized by the beautiful glows of the outside light in through the water, the glows of the fishes deep in the pond, and it's kind of just there.
What is the thought that jumps into your mind as you this moment that your mind stops moving, the movement in your thoughts, your erratic thoughts, they stop for a second as an idea jumps into your mind? What is the idea?
I think the idea starts with a very simple exclamation of yes, what she said makes sense. It's true. Nature, this balance, this is what's important. This is what's important. This is what matters.
As you break through the surface of the water a few moments later, you see Arya paddling a few feet away from you. A golden glowing orb slowly moving towards her. As she touches it, it sprinkles into small particles and fades away. She turns around and says, Have you found something?
Bobbing up and down in this water, there is a deep and heavy head bow and nod from Reuben as this crescendo of emotions has this volcano ready to burst has more or less not quite burst, but instead evaporated. As though the feeling still exists and exudes through his body, there is a seed, a planted thought in his mind now which deeply resonates with his being.
As
There is a
she sees your reaction to what she said and says, "No, if you want to be a leader, you need to have a path." Where does your path go from here?
there is a expression of thoughtfulness that comes through Reuven as the a large part of the weight bearing down his mind is pushed away, and he has clearer thoughts, clearer ideas and thoughts than he's had for many days now, and in this serene state, thinks to himself, gathers ideas, and ultimately goes, I want to help nature, protect it, do everything I can for it, high, for the balance, for this beauty. As his eyes peer across the pond and the glittering of the fishes beneath the sea, beneath the pond. And he eventually continues on. Right now, I want to maintain the balance, and I want to help nature like I can, and only I can. Only I I will find what must be done and do it myself. I and if one day I might need to go back to my lands, I will feel proud for everything I've done and to help fix the lands beyond my homelands. That is what I want. That is my path and goal. As he gives this more abstract and still, though not fully directional speech, it does seem to align his own thoughts and ideas and feelings.
As Arya floats in front of you in the pond, she says, "Hasn't everything you have done so far served its purpose?"
As he squints slightly and thinks through her words, and a very slight smile comes over Reuven's gloomy face as he just kind of smilingly nods. I think so. I still feel as I am stuck and burdened by chains, though I can now see a glow of light through my prison walls.
These chains, they are made by yourself. You have the key in your hands.
As he, though accepts her words, still feels something missing. Not quite feeling that he is as he should be or the best of what he is at the moment, as he feels still something inside him as he eventually answers her. I still feel as if I could be better, could do more. I could be more capable. I could
Then
fully,
go and
well,
learn. You're not going to solve your problems by sitting around and sulking in self-doubt.
there is another moment of epiphany within Reuben's eyes as he, like, now with much more energy and much more feelings, emotions, positive emotions, rapidly nods his head. I, yes, this can't help. If I want to be better, to serve and balance nature, I, I need to get stronger. If I want to help my companions, I need to get stronger. I will find a way.
I'm sure
I
you
see.
will. And I hope once you do, you'll believe that the key to your change is in your hands.
In this, still bobbing up and down in this pond water, he does another seemingly like bow, though slightly impossible in water, attempts it and does a deep head nod towards her direction. I I thank you. I
You notice by now that it's dark outside. You don't really know how the time has passed, but it's dark. And Arya swims to the shore and gets out and says, "It is time to rest."
uh, as there a moment of quietness from Reuben, he eventually, using his swimming skills and swimming proficiency, bolts through the water and does a grand lap, even in his armor. Feeling at this moment with his insane stats of strength and con, he can easily a bit of a swim, and as he swims like a newly born uh, dolphin through the water, and eventually puffs out of the water with a strong wave, landing on the shore.
As you get out of the water, like you see that Arya is kind of smiling in your direction, probably being amused by your show of youthful strength. She bends down and touches something in the grass, and a flower blooms. She picks the flower and hands it to you and says, "You don't have to do everything by yourself. There's people who can teach you. There's lessons that can be learned." Before I leave, I will let you know about someone I met a long time ago. A beautiful young man. He spent quite time with us. As many things he learned in the wild. Things that I taught him, things that my peers taught him. I assume he's still alive, though I have not heard from him in a long time. Must have been one of the hunters. If you're looking for someone to teach you in a way that seems more natural to you than how the humans work, you might look for him.
Did this man have a name?
One name, many names. We called him Erin most of the time.
Was he of the guilds of these humans?
From my understanding, yes.
Ruvens thinks back to the very first conversation he had in the Hunters Guild with the human with the same name as this triad, and think, did she tell of her father's name?
No.
But she might, Ruben might still ask and goes, do you know if this man had a daughter with the same name as you?
I don't know. When he came with us, he didn't have family, from what I understand. At least he never told us. And when he left, I don't know. Time works different depending on where I am. I can't really tell you.
There is a nod from Ruben. I will seek out this Aaron.
You do what you think you have to do. Just keep in mind that there is more than one path.
He holds the flower given by the dryad in his hand and looks down at it, eventually nodding heavily. I thank you for everything you've given me, all the knowledge and wisdom. As he goes on one knee and does a very ritualistic elven bow of gratitude.
You hear her slightly chuckling as she says, "Thank you for spending time with me. And thank you for taking care of this world." As she slightly bows her head and disappears into her tree.
I look around. Is Kitty still here?
Oh, Kitty's sitting next to the horse.
Okay.
Probably on the horse. The horse is on the ground. The cat is on the horse.
Gotcha. I can imagine that scene very well. Ruvens probably left in a very thoughtful expression environment in his own mind as he walks back to his two animal companions, uh, and will just let them know they'll be spending the rest of the night here. I think.
Hmm. As you walk back to them, you notice the first time since you have come here that it's still raining, and sitting at the edge of the pond is like a really stupid idea because this is the only place in every direction you can see where the rain actually falls onto the ground and isn't
Mhm.
stopped by the trees.
Gotcha. Uh, Probably realizing this as he's walking towards, it's like will and changes his plan and tells him we'll be sleeping close but not quite here.
Yeah, you can find a nice place. Uh, do you at all think about having to uh, be afraid of what's going on around you, or do you feel safe in this place?
He probably might have the very slight level of vigilance, um, but he'll most likely just like do what is normally where he would normally sleep and sleep on a tree,
All right.
uh, sleep on a big branch on a tree. The horse can stay at the. He'll probably like not. Ooh, does he trust the horse enough to not like tie the horse down, or am I usually tying the horse somewhere?
I don't know. Do you? I
I don't
think
think
when
so.
all the parties together, you have always tidy horses somewhere.
Normally, yes, but probably when they're alone, and he just has his elven horse,
Hmm.
he'll let him go. It's this isn't a forced part like a relationship. This is a partnership of equal levels
Hmm.
where he respects the horse, and if the horse one day just wants to leave, it's the horse's own agenda.
Okay. Oh. So you just leave the horse, tell the horse that in Elven probably tell the horse to just stay here. Uh,
Yeah, leave some food for a horse or something.
Maybe the
Gather.
horse is eating grass. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Horse is happy. Kitty is happy. You scavenge some food on the way here. Um, Maybe you need to scavenge some more food before you go to sleep. Uh, Not care too much.
He's probably felt like, even though he's only eaten like half the usual rations needed for a day, he probably feels so filled with energy at the moment. He lets it go and just sits on the tree branch in contemplation on his next step of gaining power.
All right, and then you fall asleep.
Yep.
You don't fall off the tree. Good job.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. And you wake up the next morning as it gets light outside. The weather is the same as the day before. It's still slightly raining.
He now thinks of what to do. He like first counts up his options of who are the people he respects to teach him or like gain power. He could try on his own and just just try something himself. Go into a dangerous environment and put himself at risk, and then just use that moment of being in a very dangerous situation to like grasp through uh, his like imaginary change.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but I think he leaves that option as a last resort, as he's now compelled by this idea of this first of wanting to save nature. So he shouldn't be too reckless. He has a plan now. He has a goal, an aspiration that's much more that's different from just killing all the goblins or being a great elven leader. There's a bit more substance to it, I would say,
Mhm.
at least for this goal, as he goes. And
There's still the rest of the hobgoblins. Like
indeed, there are.
they are in the hilly forest, probably destroying whatever they get their hands on to build their camp. There's the flying menaces around Mount Carrick who are just deleting all the other animals from the plain.
Indeed, I believe he'd rather, though the goblins are kind of scary, like kind of his enemies. He does feel like it requires a bit, maybe a bigger group, maybe at least Uzma and some other, like if he could get some people to help.
Hmm.
As he has some ideas with the goblins, as it should be like a weed to be treated with. That there should some sort of technique should be used to at least attempt to make sure they don't grow up soon, at least. And
Hmm.
even if we kill this last leader, the in Reuben's mind, like the 30, like at least one generation of hobgoblins I would take to get another leader going. Uh, in his mind, is a very short amount of time.
Hmm.
Even 50 years is but a blink of an eye. Uh, so he's currently trying to think of better solutions to the goblin problem. As we've snipped most of the goblin's arms, I believe he isn't too hurried by that.
Hmm.
At least, like, should be done while we're still in this kingdom, but probably shouldn't be too hurried. But yes, the problem with the griffins is something he could definitely do and would consider and even considers it as being a good option for pushing himself to a limit if he went to just go at it himself and take a dangerous mission.
Hmm.
I think he'd even consider like letting the cat just stay somewhere and going at it himself. Though actually, with this expression that he just gained from a dryad, her name written. Her name is Arya,
Hmm.
right? Arya. Yeah, Arya is the clerk in the base. So that's an idea to go there and push himself. I'm not sure at the moment though if he would like to push off the cat and just go at it alone. Especially now that he's been warned by Arya that you can always use some help. That's normal. Um, but he also has the idea to see if he can find some teachers.
Hmm.
One teacher would be the one Arya just mentioned, and the other are two people that he believes are people he has actually felt respect to in his entire journey. One would be the Centaur leader
Hmm.
living in the Centaur mainlands inside Low Bay Forest, and the second would be the human, believe it or not, bounty officer in Barrios, the woman,
Hmm.
who he has a lot of respect to.
Hmm.
Um, and I believe with Arya's current nudging in the direction of finding a teacher, he will attempt to at least at least attempt to go with that plan, with that
Okay.
ploy.
All right. Um, with this, do you want to take a 5 minute break?
Sure.
All
Yeah.
right. Then let's take a 5 minute break and then we embark on a new mission.
Great.
Be right back.
I am back.
Hello. Adventure time.
Adventure time!
So you wandered a
So, yeah, I
few
wandered
feet.
there. Yeah, sorry, you go.
Archers, you wandered a few feet into the forest. Half a day.
Yeah.
Um, you can wander half a day back and then probably don't run into many things. Although I rolled a very interesting number. Okay.
Wanna give me a... Do I need to roll something?
Yeah, roll a perception check. Just
Clear?
just to be safe.
Ooh.
Okay, you notice nothing. And you return back to Lubei shortly after the sun has crossed its highest point. Mm.
Okay. I'd say at this point, Reuben is probably... I'm assuming his armor and clothes are still pretty wet.
It's raining.
This
You're wet
climate.
the whole time.
Yeah. He probably used the pond, the bath in the pond to clean up his disheveled hair. He now has it at the back of his head in a ponytail,
Mm-hmm.
looking considerably more energetic than he was when he escaped from this city of humans.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with some energy in his step just starts wandering into the Hunters Guild again for the fifth hundredth time or whatever. He
Alright.
already.
You march in there, you throw open the door. Give me a strength check.
Ooh. Just roll. Strength. I don't know what my strength is.
Yeah, I just assume it's 18, and then what exactly it is, we will find out at some point.
Okay.
So you don't accidentally break the door as you throw it open.
Mm-hmm.
You throw open the door and enter, and the throw was slightly too hard, so you see a slightly startled Arya look at you. The other Arya this time.
I look right into her eyes.
She says, "Oh, Reuven, welcome. Is everything okay?"
There was energy in his eyes. He's now thinking of and like looking at this girl, and he's still not too sure if this woman is the daughter of the man he knows is dead, and if that man is still the same man that the Dryad pointed me towards. So, ooh. Question is, does Reuven go about it in a more humane way, and ask about it kind of around like in a roundabout way, or does he do it Reuven style with just a real bam?
I don't know.
I'll roll charisma. Okay.
I have no idea how her mood is.
He's gonna be pretty upfront with it.
Yeah.
So Reuven starts stepping up to the counter. This time, probably a bit less. He's not planning to go talk to the boss, so he's not too worried about being ambushed. He goes right for the to an actually normal speaking distance this time, and asks. Probably his negative emotion slightly wiped away, so he's not looking at Arya with a scowl like normal, and just asks, Arya, I have
Yes.
a question.
Yes.
Do your Hunter's Guild have a man called Eren? Or maybe that was not what he was named?
There's many hunters. Do you have any more information about this person?
Yes. Apparently, he was very friendly with the creatures of the woods the creatures of these woods and the spirits of these woods, the dryads, and he learned many things from them, and was a great person of these woods, someone who was apparently very respected by these dryads.
Do you mean Erin?
Maybe, yes.
I know about him, although the story that he might tell might be a bit different. Or maybe not. Maybe he would tell the same story, but people who knew him would tell a different story. Let me check, and she goes, turns around and goes to a shelf, looks into some books. Just takes a while. You can say something if you want to.
He's very interested, tries to peek, but he can't read common anyway.
Yeah.
So even if he does peek, he's probably not understanding.
No, you. I have no idea what the books are about.
Yeah, but kind of with some like your excitement. Looks up. Of course, Ruben isn't like completely the same as he was before. He still went through a bit of a character drop, and some effects have still on him. So even though he is in this energetic state filled with excitement, uh, he does release a different kind of aura than normal,
Hmm.
and just kind of quizzically like goes on his tiptoes because it's pretty short, and attempts to like see what she's looking at. But yeah, he doesn't read common, so
Hmm. She goes through one book, then checks the second book, and it says, "Ah, yeah. He has been assigned to a spot in Green Peak. Uh, he wanted to get away from these forests."
get he probably looks at her quizzically. Get away. Is he not liking these forests then?
Uh,
Well, anyway, I would. Can I? How can I talk to him? Where is this place you mentioned?
Green Peak. If you go back to Port Bream and then up towards the lighthouse, it's at the on
Ah,
the end of the western cliff, on the lower end of the western cliff.
as Ruben probably has a party map. Like some of us might have like different copies of it, but he has his copy, which is just filled with horrendous scribbles.
Hmm.
And like looks at it. Oh, yes, here is. I see it. Uh, what is? So he's there.
Oh yeah, yeah. He got assigned as the local hunter. Green Peak is notorious for having to deal with weird forest creatures, the unfriendly forest creatures.
I see. So he's still a. Okay, very interesting. You said something about him being different than I described. I didn't quite understand.
Um, have you heard about uh, dashing young men getting lost in the forests?
Yes, I think from you humans, yes, you mentioned when we first come here.
He was one of them. He returned a few years later, having aged tremendously. Uh, Took quite a while for him to get back on track, and he decided that he prefers a different place to work than Global Forest.
Reuven's expression at the moment is questionable, as his understanding of the situation is much different, and is very very in a thoughtful like, and Reuven's he's okay, averagely smart, so he can like there's some question marks appearing in his understanding of Arya, the Dryad.
She kind of looks into her in her book and says he might go by his old name Theodore. Uh,
Ah, I see. Is he like probably has a piece of paper that is like scribbling down in charcoal or something in this in nail them. Uh, he like nods. Uh, This is very helpful to me. Thank you, Arya. I shall go talk to him.
You're welcome.
Do you know if what is happening with Dibud and the centaurs and Lobe is something happening? Have you done something?
Uh, from my understanding, the council had met again, and they have decided to agree to the trade. The official agreement with the centers has not yet been made, but I guess that for now this will be the solution.
There is a note from Ruben. Ah, okay then. I guess I shall have to go to this green peak then. Well,
Um, I guess. I wish you good luck on your travels.
okay. Uh, and then like a slightly awkward, more awkward than normal, like awkward because of emotions against her. He awkwardly says thank you and then scribbles off pretty quickly.
Hmm.
Though because his feelings towards Arya are still kind of slightly teetering on the negative side,
Hmm.
as he will probably. Ooh, he knows that there's like big like traveling carts that go from port like these big roads, and because
Hmm.
it's quite easy as to see on the map that there's these two big roads,
Hmm.
uh, he can more or less assume that it's pretty good if he wants to go with these safe carts.
Hmm.
He's probably gonna go and find a keeper of knowledge, a keeper of tomes,
Hmm.
which means going to the LLL, paying the gold.
Hmm.
Let's do that. And
And
walking.
do you want to
Yeah,
learn about the when the caravans are traveling?
yes, it goes and asks that from the essentially the barkeeper, who
Yeah.
he calls. Yeah.
Um, so the barkeeper will let you know that the next caravan from Lobé to Port Bream will be on Wednesday, on Tuesday. Leaving on Tuesday
Wait.
very early. They leave very early because they make the travel in one day and it's kind of pushing in one day. So they leave very early and arrive quite late.
Ah,
And
uh,
from Port Bream to the lighthouse, you have just no. The caravan is leaving on Wednesday. The next time, next Wednesday. It actually lines up perfectly for you.
oh, okay. So
You're lucky.
it goes from Lobé to Port Bream starting day,
Tuesday.
and I get
Tuesday
there.
and then Wednesday from Port Bream to the lighthouse.
Gotcha. Oh, as he understands this, and as
Although
he's
it says
scribbling.
to the lighthouse, the caravan actually goes to Cape Joy, which is a town before the lighthouse.
Ah, okay. That isn't in his map. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Uh, he will probably say, and today is Friday,
Today is Friday. Yeah.
so there's still 3 days of not doing anything.
Unless you want to do something.
I think he does actually have a thought, thinking over and having realized his immense strength over the while of like traveling through the woods and then just like pushing, like slightly pushing a like a bendable tree or a stick over, and then it's just going flying.
Hmm.
I think he's kind of realized his newfound strength and ability these weird, maybe cursed items have given him,
Hmm.
as he extorts himself to make sure don't fall to the tricks of these things, and be wary. But he can't help but kind of be happy to have this new strength. he will, I think, go ask the tomekeeper for where the armor maker is, and then go to an armor maker
Mm-hmm. There's
and
a
ask.
armor smith in Lobay. Obviously not the best of armor smiths that you could find.
But would he know? I don't think he would know anything about it. Doesn't
No,
have anything to ask.
no. The barkeeper will let you know. Yeah, there's someone in Lobay. If you want to get, like, you are in the high level establishment in this town, so the barkeeper will let you know that the armor smith in Lobay is a capable man. But if you want to really good armor made, then you should go to Camp Vidowitz or to Barrios.
Gotcha.
Like
He
in
remembers.
his mind, he's instantly jumping to, you have too much money if you're spending all your time here, and you want to
Uh-huh.
have fancy armor made, not normal armor.
Gotcha. Uh, he probably asks how many of the golden ones does a chain mail armor carry cost. I can look it up myself, but I'm just asking this information as he would not know this.
Or he doesn't
Him.
exactly know.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Which means he'll probably. Well, he was planning to go to Barrios eventually anyway. Uh, so, so yeah. If this doesn't work out, he'll go to Barrios for the armor. So I do believe he's gonna wait for the 3 days. Honestly, probably not even gonna wait it. He might go to Lobay to the LLL every day for like a bath and maybe to sleep. But he's gonna spend the rest of his 3 days out in the woods of Lobay.
Are you trying to find something in the woods, or are you just out there
Ooh,
practicing things? Or are you
uh,
looking for something?
I don't have any ideas for now. He might keep a lookout for if he sees any other of those bad plants and mark them on his map. But more or less, he's just gonna. Though he has reached a point of his weaponry that uh, archery that he's kind of stuck. It is also he leveled up like just a few days ago, so there's probably a moment of having to, you know, relearn his newfound powers, adjust to having much more strength, adjust stuff, and just then learning to fight with Kitty again. Just having training sessions with Kitty.
All right. Um, so this is 3 days.
Yep.
Let's see if you come across anything interesting in these 3 days.
Mark down an extra 2 gold as well. Just because, even though if he's not sleeping, he might still head to LLL to just eat, which is, from an outside perspective, just absolute throwing away of money.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what he does.
So on the first day, you go out into the forest, and after a few hours, you notice that you kind of instinctively are heading back towards the Dryad's Grove. Do you continue in this direction, or do you go somewhere else?
He might change a bit. Yeah.
All right. You find nothing more interesting in this day as you head back to the LLL in the evening.
Yep.
The next day that you go out, you give me a perception check, and perception check for Kitty as well.
This is just from memory, but I believe her
Sounds
perception
correct, yeah.
was,
So Kitty picks up on this before you do. Kitty will warn you once again that there's this weird trees around you. You might want to go somewhere else.
very interesting. As he marks them on his map. If you wanna
Just mark them somewhere 8 miles away from Lobay.
Which direction?
Pick a random direction to the southeast.
Just above this area. Cool.
Sounds great. Do you go deeper into the weird trees, or do you turn around?
Ooh. He might go to the very edge of his bowmanship range and fire a couple of arrows.
Into the weird trees.
Yeah. No, not into the weird trees. Are these the weird trees that have the like faces, or like or the like ones that throw spikes?
These are the weird trees that the cat warned you about the one time. That
Ah,
they sometimes walk, and
these ones that are like to the left of Dryad Grove.
yeah, that's like
Uh,
a one place where you ran into them once. Yeah.
yeah. Ooh. Uh, he's feeling pretty adventurous at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll not shoot arrows, but he will very not stealthily uh, take some steps towards them,
Mm-hmm.
and as the cat in his hand, make sure
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't like anger them, and will step like slightly closer to them.
Mm-hmm. You see that there seem to be like closed eyes on one of these trees. I feel like that's like what you
Yeah,
notice with your perception check is that, oh, this tree seems like he has a face.
gotcha. He'll go not too close, but within like not quite shouting, but a moment where he could talk, not without being like full private conversation range, but just he could not too loudly shout and they'd
Mm-hmm.
hear him. To some around just a distance, so like in the tens of feet.
Mm-hmm.
And when he gets to that range, he'll do a pretty normal bow, just like a 90-degree bow, arching his back, and just say out hello in Elven. See if there's any response.
Yeah, you see that the tree starts to like shake his branches, and then you see the face looking at you, like eyes open and look at you and say, "Get away from my trees!"
Reuven will hastily, but not like running, like walk backwards quite a while.
As you see, like one of the trees that you were standing next to starts to uproot and slowly move in your direction.
He more hastily runs back.
The tree follows
And
you.
probably
The tree is
saying,
not fast, so the tree slowly walks in your direction.
yeah,
You can easily
he
outrun
probably,
it.
yeah, he makes some distance and then turns back and is like, did the tree speak in Elven or Common or human?
The tree answered in Elven.
It will go like shout back like, I was here just to meet you to have a discussion. I meant no ill will. I'm sorry if I disturb your rest.
No reaction.
It's
You
just
also don't see the moving tree anymore. I mean, you're in the middle of a forest. You have no idea to which tree moved. But
there is a sigh from Reuben as he probably turns to his cat and is like, "Your your words rung true, my companion. These trees are quite grumpy."
grumpy trees, yeah.
Uh, and
Once
will
once I accidentally sit on one, and it threw me off. Very rude.
quite true, my companion. Quite rude. As he just just accepts this reality and doesn't want to anger the ents or tree creatures more, and we'll just leave.
All right. So it's the second day, and on the third day, what do you come across on the third day? On the third day, give me a perception check for the third day. Only for you. 23. On the third day, you spot. You had like more in the direction of the centers this day, and so
Yep.
approximately over here. Do you see my pointer?
I do see it.
All right. Approximately over there, you run into another group of these weird, thorny plants.
Gotcha.
This time you see them before you run too close for them to shoot at you.
Okay. I will mark this down on my note. And do I understand the general area of their how far away they are, and what's their range? Is what I meant to say.
You spot them from like 120 feet away.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to take some steps back. That I still have vision on them, or like slight vision. I'm willing to take penalties, and I'll take a shoot at these thorny bushes, thorn throwers. Just take a shoot
Yeah,
at like
shoot.
a comfortable distance.
Give me your best shot.
Best. But my now have a normal just +8. There might be penalties to this. I don't think it matters though. They have a very high AC.
You shoot into the plant.
I'm marking down one arrow.
So no noticeable reaction.
Huh. Seems like these guys aren't too bothered by normal arrows. Do I think it's just because of like how dense and leafy and like big they are? That they're like very. It'll take a lot of arrows to bring one down, or like a.
You don't really know. Like you, just this like a large plant. There's like a few feet in every direction, just like these slightly differently whitish colored branches that crawl up trees and other things. You don't really know what to shoot. That's a big problem.
Gotcha. I'll take a shot at one of those vines. Rolling.
I guess you hit one of the vines and like shoot some leaves down.
I don't get any reaction such as from an animal.
No.
Okay. I think he's okay with his experiments for now, and not deal with these guys again.
Mm-hmm.
And then right, no, yeah, and I think I leave that as is, and I make sure to write the thingies. Wacky flower. This is the third one we've discovered thus far, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't check if the other ones still exist, but that's the third time you ran into one of them. There's a patch of them. There's like 4 or 5 distinct places where you can see like different places where these thorn slingers are growing.
Gotcha.
It's not just one.
I think that's good enough for Reuven. We'll leave it at that.
All right. So you head back to Louvain. and the next day in the morning you will head out towards Port Bream
Yep.
and stay the night in Port Bream, and on Wednesday head towards the lighthouse / Camp Joy.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Um, is there anything you want to do on the travel, or do we fast forward?
Ooh, he might like ask the cost and time for the blah 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 chain, so he would know later on if we needs it and how much it would cost. But he doesn't like order anything.
In Lobay?
Maybe in Lobay, maybe in Port Bream, whenever I have the chance.
In Port Bream, the time is very dense. You arrive after the
Sure.
stores are
Okay.
closed, and you have to leave very early. So,
Sure. It might be in Lobay then. It's
all right,
just in
yeah,
that one. Yeah.
you check out the armor smith in Lobay and ask him, and he tells you that the price is about 80 gold pieces for a full set. That's chest and limbs. And if you want it personally made for yourself, it's gonna take 10 weeks. If you're fine with one of the smaller sets of chains just adjusted to you, then it's only a few, like 10 days or so.
Okay. And I don't think he orders anything. He just asks. So he asked that information, and will go on his travel.
All right. So you had to Port Bream. You can
Yep.
let's just drag you over there. Oh, that's the wrong tool. Is there anything you want to do in Port Bream?
Not really. He's probably been here like once before, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, and he's like,
You were in Port Bream once. You slept in a tree next to the temple, and you watched Wiglaf go into the temple and stab himself in the hand and bleed into the
yeah, yep,
water
I
basin.
remember.
That was Port Bream.
I remember.
And then cast random healing spells in the middle of town, shocking everybody.
I remember that tree as being very nice. Thinking of going there, but probably ending up going into a tavern because my horse needs a good resting place. So
All right. Do you go to the honey pot? Or
probably
all right.
we can roll for it. See, he has he is very. He probably asks the people in the caravan for help to know where to go. He'll just follow randomly a group of the people that are staying in Port Bream.
Uh, most of them are like merchant guild workers, so they stay in a big worker house, which is for the guild people. The guards and so stay in the military buildings. Let's see if you find like a random traveler.
There might
Yeah.
be an interaction. Okay, you go.
There is a few random travelers who are heading to Port Bream. They seem to be well off, and they are heading to the honeypot.
Great. I'm marking down a gold.
All right.
And yeah,
And then the next few days, if you're traveling with the caravan takes 2 days. Oh no, wait. 3 days. To get to Cape Joy.
okay.
The first day they
I will
travel to.
probably, knowing where Creambig is, I will ask the caravan there which of these, or like when we're here roughly to be notified. So I'm gonna leave the caravan before we reach the bit down. So I'm gonna start heading essentially southwest, like roughly somewhere in this area. Once we're
Yeah.
deep into the woods.
they will let you know that you can travel with them, you can talk with the guards, or if you want to talk with the caravan leader, you can talk with the caravan leader. The first day they will travel up to West Bream, which is a town about here,
Okay.
where they will stay for the night, and then the next day they will travel into the forest and stay somewhere around here. That's where they have to make camp.
Gotcha.
That's about a place where you should head off to Green Peak if you want to leave.
That's been great. So that's Ruvens' plan at the moment. He's gonna sleep where they're sleeping that night, but during the morning he's gonna head off another direction.
All right. You notice that this caravan is well guarded. You know that all the caravans are at the moment 50% more guards than they usually have because of the small problem they ran into a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Reuven knows that Usma wants people to know that the bandits are killed. So even though it might be in reality, out of character, it might. I'm honestly not sure what Toph's plans are. That this might very be a bite in the ass of Toph. Now Reuven's gonna just chat with the humans here, especially the guards, and tell them about how tell them about that we killed. I think it was Luke, maybe. Yes. I just talks about that. Yeah, we've killed him. He's dead.
So the leader of this caravan is named Clarissa.
Okay.
And as you chat with the people, some of them will tell her that there's this crazy elf who's talking about how he and his friends have murdered Luke, and she will request to talk with you.
Reuven will happily talk with her. Is it she or he?
She.
Okay.
Yeah, she will ask you. It's interesting stories I hear about you. So you supposedly have taken down Luke all by yourself.
Well, of course, not all by myself. I have companions, my friends. We have yes, Luke. I think his name. He was the dagger. He had a dagger, and he had this shield. He points the shield in his arm. He was near Lobe in the forest. He was attacking these small clans.
She looks at the shield and says, "Yes, seems genuinely to be the shield that I have heard about. Do you know how it works? It's supposed to be magical."
I think so. Yes, is magic. And in his awkward state, doesn't explain further. Just kind of stays quiet about it.
She looks at you for a bit and says nothing. And says, "Well, congratulations. You make the world a safer place. Any plans on taking out the other group?"
Maybe. Currently, I do not know where they are, and we have our. There's a slight shift in his mood of the energetic mood going down somber. Our group is not there at the moment, so it might have to wait. I am not sure. I do not have info on that.
Having troubles with the friends?
There's a weak nod. from Reuven?
Well, I guess with your reputation, you wouldn't have too many troubles finding new people.
You think? I had like a quizzitive look on Reuven. Like, there is many humans or this land that want to do such things. I have only heard of well people like you, guards, who that are okay at fighting. I have not. I've met very few peoples who want to fight who are not like
There's
you.
always these adventuring type people, some of them ex military, from other guilds, people who want to leave an impression in the world. I'm happy with having a job and a steady income. There's not many troubles traveling with the caravans. I mean, what happened with, what's his name? With Chris, no, not Chris. Uh, um, with Mel, it's sad, but I mean, uh, at least she survived.
Ah, she was okay. Yes, I think I
I mean,
remember that
uh,
some were
okay,
survivors.
okay is the wrong word, but she didn't die. Yeah,
Ah,
most of her men died, but that's, well, occupational hazard, I guess.
okay. Uh, he probably takes it pretty nonchalantly, understanding that he probably doesn't have that much difference between adventurers and gods. So he's like, "Yeah, this is dangerous. That's the job."
Hmm.
So he nods along and then continues the discussion about other stuff like, "What is? Where is your cart traveling to?"
Uh, we're heading up to Lighthouse slash Cape Joy. We stop in Cape Joy. The lighthouse gets supplied from there, although apparently there's some trouble with the lighthouse at the moment.
Ooh, uh, what is? Why does is this lighthouse very big? Why does it need many supplies?
Well, it's a lighthouse. You always need oil to keep the flame going. Uh, it's a large tower, so maintenance. It's at the edge, at the cliff, so a lot of wind and weather effects on it. Uh, but obviously, it attracts the creatures of the surrounding forest from time to time. Uh,
Ah, yes, I've heard of weird creatures. I'm going to use a green peak. Is that? Do you have any knowledge of what is happening there?
uh, I have never been there, and I don't plan on ever being there. Uh, the common saying about people who live on the west coast is that they are weird.
Weird.
There's no place further away from civilization than living behind hills and forests at the edge of an ocean, heading nowhere.
Ah, I see. Okay. Do you know what creatures live in these forests? I know there is giants in these hills.
Oh yeah, they're mostly in the hills. From what I know, things that we have to look out for traveling up here. Uh, there's occasionally, like, we get met by a few. Uh, we see some giants from distance. Mm, we had some problems with bears, uh, wolves, occasionally walks. Some bugbears have their hideout somewhere in the forest. Mm, Once we saw a griffin from the distance. Too many
Griffon.
people here though, so they didn't bother with the horses.
Griffon in these woods.
They are in the hillsides.
Ah, I did. I only thought there were griffons in Mount near Peakland Tarega. But there are griffons here as well.
Maybe they moved. I don't know. I don't really know how griffins work.
Okay, thank you for the info.
I guess if you talk with the people in Green Peak, they can tell you more about the creatures that they have to deal with, but from the roadside, that's the weird things we have to deal with.
Okay, thank you. And then again, awkwardly finishing the conversation, heads off to his own spot.
Yep.
Probably riding his horse or sitting, walking beside his horse.
Do you want to have any more talk with anyone? Like this, we're
Yeah.
still technically on day one of the travel.
I think is okay. Though he probably does. I don't have any rations on me. He's gonna either, in this pick of travel, he's gonna have to like ask for some food from someone, like buy food from the caravan.
Oh yeah.
Is that possible?
If you arrive in West Bream at the evening, you can get something to eat there.
Great.
All right.
Yeah. Aside from that, I have nothing. Ruben has nothing else to do with those people.
In the night, you hear some weird howling in the distance. Do you ask around what's going on, or do you not care?
Is it weird to me? So I don't recognize it as wolf howling.
It sounds similar to wolves. Definitely sounds different.
Then he'll definitely ask about it. Probably from if there is a tavern, if he's at a tavern, from the knowledge sheeper at the tavern.
No, you're staying with the caravan. Like the caravan camps outside of town.
Then it's okay.
I assume you stay with the caravan. If you want to stay in the inn, you don't hear the howling.
Then it's okay. He probably going to town and finding an inn is way too much effort for Reuben. So yeah, he'll ask maybe the leader, maybe one of the guards who are closest, who he knows he's talked to before.
They just say, oh, it's probably some walks. They run around at night, howl the moon. But they stay away from the light most of the time, so just keep the fire going.
Interesting. He'll probably ask more about what wargs are. I'm assuming he hasn't heard about them, or like, at least in the Elven lands, those aren't the thing.
They are kind of evil creatures, so if they were to exist, then they would be hunted to extinction in the Elven lands, probably. They are just slightly larger wolves. Slightly more intelligent. Nothing specifically interesting about them.
Okay. Ruben's a bit intrigued, but he's going with a goal in mind. He can't let himself veer off to some weird side quests, so he's okay with that.
The most interesting thing to you would be that they seem to work together with goblins a lot.
Ooh. He probably asks about that. If wargs are only here, are there goblins here?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he know anything else about the goblins?
Yeah, shitty goblins.
Okay.
Nobody really gives a fuck about goblins.
Gotcha.
You can run into goblins basically anywhere where there's hills and holes to crawl into.
He bookmarks it in his mind, but lets it go for now.
Oh, nothing
this is-
interesting else happens, and you can continue the next day to see if you get ambushed during the day by something. Nope. As you like halfway through the day, you hear one of the guards at the end of the caravan shouting something. That he has spotted something. As you can turn around, you see, like in the distance, a like at the edge of your vision range, more or less. Oh wait, what's the weather? No, the weather's too bad. You don't see anything. It's raining.
He probably rides up to inquire about it eventually.
But no, the guard wouldn't even have said anything. The guard wasn't able to see it either, so nobody saw it. Sorry for the wrong information. Should have checked the weather first.
Yeah.
You continue up to this point where the caravan seems to stop at a specific place. You see that there have been camps throughout the time. They must have camped there more often than once.
Gotcha. He's gonna stick to the camp with the gods for the night.
Let's see, during the night, there's something interesting happening. No. This creature is asleep. And in the morning you can head off. They point you like roughly in a direction that you have to go.
Yeah.
Somewhere southwest, and you can head off.
That's exactly what he does. He waves goodbye in a human-like fashion, or tries to emulate a human wave, and rushes off. And he will attempt to find it using his direction sense and stuff. And yeah.
Give me a perception check for you and Kitty.
Both are a failure.
That's bad.
Very bad.
You're like riding on your horse. The forest here is not that dense, so you can ride at normal horse speed.
Great.
As you come riding across, like riding through a patch of trees, exiting out of the trees, as you see sitting 100 feet away from you is a group of you guess at least 10 large wolves with a weird color scheme to them. They don't look like wolves. What's your first reaction?
Immediately, like pulling on the reins, like to like stop the horse from not going into that direction.
The creatures kind of seem as surprised as you, as two of them jump onto their feet and jump a few steps into your direction and start growling. The rest of them get up as well and start fanning out.
I would like to ride my horse. I'm going to make a bold assumption here that these, even though they're weirder and larger wolves, these are normal wolves, right?
No, they look different.
They look different. I'm assuming these are wargs then. I'm going to take a bold assumption that they're not as fast as a horse.
Bold assumption.
So I'm going to attempt to essentially do a back and just circle around them using my much larger movement speed on a horse.
So what's your weight with all your equipment on the horse? Is your horse encumbered?
Ooh. Let's see. My weight is 58.8 plus all the stuff. Actually, I can take off this leather because that's on me. Uh, all the together is 25, 27, 28 and a half. So together is 87.3 pounds
Plus your character's weight.
plus 101.
Okay, so your horse is not encumbered. You
Okay.
can turn your horse around and start basically running away.
I think
As
that's the wisest choice at the moment.
as you turn around and start running away and look over your shoulder, you see that. Um, let's see. 6 of them are following you. You guess that you're faster than them, but they're still
Okay.
following you. Any change in plan?
I'm gonna assume that they're like essentially using the sprinting mechanic. I think that's
Oh,
their function. Is that
you are all sprinting at this time and place.
yeah? Okay. Assuming and they're essentially running as fast as I am.
They are trying to catch you. You're trying to run away. Like you have a higher movement speed than the walks, but like you're galloping your horse and they are sprinting. So everybody is trying to be faster than they usually are.
Gotcha. He's gonna attempt to, if not get away from them, at least distance this part of the pack from the other part of the pack.
Um, you go for
So
a few rounds, a few minutes, and you see that they are falling behind. And you continue and look back again. A few moments later, they stop chasing you.
gotcha. I don't think he wants to take extra fights. He doesn't have any healing. He doesn't have a wizard companion. It's the first time he's alone again since his debut days. So he's being a bit extra careful than normal, and will not take fights he can avoid. So he's gonna, assuming with the direction sense and the crude map, I can at least attempt to get back on the same trail I was before. Maybe slightly taking a detour around the movement area around the area where the wargs were.
Yeah, you try to avoid the same spot and continue down into the forest. You manage to avoid them this time.
Cool. Cool.
And with your combined knowledge of direction sense and like your direction sense, your map, your approximate knowledge of where you have to go, you manage to arrive at Green Peak at the end of the day.
Woohoo! We're quite happy at this. And I'll move my character, or I'm moving my character where I assume I am. Maybe I'm going into like freaking Barovia instead. Now I'm gonna get thrown into freaking that D&D game.
Yeah, good enough.
Could have been. Yeah, I go.
Where is this written down? I think here. Yeah, these are like small towns, like approximately 5,000 people living there.
Do they still have inns?
Yeah, they have like a normal inn, normal guards, everything is normal. Just like these are the smaller towns. You have been in 2 towns that are smaller than that, or a few more. Like most towns in Barrios County are also kind of small towns. The towns around Lobay are bigger. Towns around Tarrega are even bigger. It's like a small town.
Gotcha.
But unlike most of the other towns, there's not really many small settlements around Green Peak. So Green Peak seems to be like all the people live in the same place, more or less. Yeah, like you don't come across like 8 farmsteads before you arrive in Green Peak. There's like
Gotcha.
one small settlement, few houses outside of Green Peak, but very more focused than the other towns you have been in before.
Okay.
Do
Ruben
you want to
probably does.
take a
Sure.
break here?
Sure. Yeah, I love that.
Okay, so let's take a break, a few minutes. Be right back.
I'm back.
Me too.
Okay. What episode is?
This is episode 17.5.
Huh. Okay.
Next episode will be episode 17.6. And 17.4 for what's happening with Osma in between. And then we have
Gotcha.
17.9, which will be the pre-story for the new player character. And then there will be episode 18.
Great. Great. Okay.
Bunch of stuff going on.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
We have
All right.
story-rich 2 weeks at least, or maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so you arrive in Green Peak.
Am I accosted as I ride into town?
No. I don't think so. No. Nobody. Like, you see some guards, they look at you, they wave at you, but they don't seem to
I'll
mind.
probably wave back.
Yeah. You arrive in the town, you see that the buildings are the quality is okay, but it's not great. Mm. Uh, it's late, so you don't see many people around at the moment. Um, and it's raining. But you would notice that there is surprisingly few lights in the buildings.
Huh. Uh, he's probably tired after a long day of traveling and
Mm-hmm.
looking for this goddamn town.
Mm-hmm.
So he probably doesn't have a lot of brain power to think of other things besides finding a place to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna probably ask maybe one of the guards, the closest human he can find,
Mm-hmm.
uh, for where the sleeping place is.
Yep. You ask, and the guards will point you into the direction of the Green Peak Roost. Green Peak Roost, yeah.
Okay. He's gonna attempt to find it.
Yeah, you'll find it's easy to find. There's a uh, surprisingly large building. It has 3 stories. Um, has a big shield outside of it called Green Peak Roost.
Okay. He'll probably. Is there a guard outside, like in the LLL?
No,
Or
there's no guard outside.
probably gonna step in. He's more or less understood of when you need to knock and not knock, so he probably doesn't knock on this door.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah, you don't knock, you enter. Nobody stops you. Uh, you enter into this building, and in the common room there's a few people sitting around. Like there's uh, 2 table with people on it that are like playing some games. There's a few single people sitting around. Uh, the mood seems to be great.
Okay. Uh, Ruvens gonna go up to the knowledge keeper slash giver of sleeping rooms.
Behind the bar there's a woman that seems to be looking over the people. You see some additional people behind the bar working like with making drinks. Uh, but she looks in your direction as you approach the bar and greets you. Welcome, traveler. Haven't seen you here before.
Uh, and he like waves the water away from his hair that's like collected like morning dew on vines. His refined elven hair waves it in the wind, non-existent wind of the building, and eventually nods. Yes, I have never been in this, as you say, green peck.
Green Peak.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
Sorry, my human is not as good as normal.
Mm-hmm. As you like say this, she gives you a double look and says, "Oh, uh, rarely do we have elven visitors here. I can't remember when the last time was. I saw one. Must have been a decade ago or so."
Oh, uh, well, yes, we are, I think, quite rare. I have not seen any of my peers in these lands as well. Uh, Knowledge keeper, can I hold one of your rooms to sleep?
Of course, of course. And she gives you the price, which is uh, 4 silver pieces.
Yeah. Bam, mark it down.
Right.
He's probably a bit too tired to talk to her at the moment. Kind of just give her a human imitating wave at a very close distance, and then just walk up the stairs to find
Yeah.
his room.
She hands you a key to a room and says that this room is on this second floor, so 2 floors up. I don't know how you want to count floors. For me, it's the
The
second. For
normal way.
British people, it's the third, I think.
What's the normal way, Duck? Are we gonna be enemies right now?
I think the normal way is it's the second floor. That's the normal way. There's the ground floor, then there's the first floor, and then there's the second floor.
Ah, that's weird. That's weird.
So for you, it's the third floor?
I think so. Yeah, it'd be first floor is just the very first floor, unless there's a basement.
Okay. No, no.
The first floor is the ground floor. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so 2 floors up.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Yeah. So.
yeah.
Ruben, yeah, will just wave awkwardly and go to sleep. First, we'll make sure his horse is well taken care of.
hmm Yeah, this is
And
like
then
part
go
of the checking in procedure. You say, I need a room, I have a horse, and then the stable boy gets sent to take care of the horse. You can park the horse in the stable, take your stuff off. It's fine.
Yep.
All right. You head into your room and go to sleep.
Yep. Yeah. He is tired, I believe. Moving about quite fast.
As you're sitting in your room, like for a few minutes, you notice that the noise in the tavern keeps going, kind of steadily, and you become quite happy that your room is on the second floor, third floor, whatever. Because if you were above the common room, then might be quite loud. There seems to be no slowing down of the noise. But you find enough a way that you can fall asleep if you want to.
I think I will. I'll probably ask if how Kitty is doing with her. If I don't know, listening is better than mine. But
It is, but she also doesn't really mind.
okay, then he doesn't have worries about it.
Okay, you fall asleep and wake up the next morning. First thing you notice is that it's not raining. It's still cloudy, but no rain.
Great.
And
Is my arm still wet, moist?
yeah, it doesn't like really dry down in one day.
Yeah. I'll probably set it up, or maybe I'll even go down with the armor like taken off as like as a set,
Mm-hmm.
and go to the knowledge keeper.
Mm-hmm.
This is still the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, I was here yesterday, and we talked.
Yeah. Our elfin visitor.
I have question. I have this armor, and, like it has this his entire arms are piled up with the leather armor.
Mm-hmm.
Is possible to quickly make how you say dry? Do you have maybe fire or something?
Uh, I mean, it's too warm for a fire in the hearth, so we only have the kitchen fire. And while I would be totally fine with helping you with this problem, chances is that it's gonna be raining tomorrow again. So unless you plan on spending a few days inside, your stuff's gonna get wet again pretty soon.
He realizes his error in his ways and is like slightly pouts and is like, it's okay. It's just that I'm used to. And then like probably just in front of her starts putting on his armor again, maintaining good conversation. I have other questions.
Shoot.
First, There is very little light in town when I come in late last morning, last night. Yes.
Yes.
Why is that? I
Oh,
have been in other clans. Is not that much.
most
Is
people
this
are in their beach houses, I guess. It's
he
summertime.
probably
I mean, it's raining, but
frowns.
still.
Ruben probably frowns at the like expression of beach houses, and he's like seemingly very confused. I believe I've never heard of that word before. What does it mean?
Uh, Many people who live here have a small house down southwest at the coast where they spend the summer. Some
Ah,
of them spend the winter there as well, but some
I
just
see.
rent them out to other people to stay there.
So there is other, even smaller clan near the edge of water, a sea, uh, where there is all these other houses.
Yeah.
Huh, weird. Okay. Then I had the question. You stay up very late. Is this normal?
For here, yeah, it's normal. I know
Well,
most people, uh, outsiders, like in other towns, uh, you know, the people who live here, uh, don't need to work that much. Most of them, as you might guess, with people who are able to have a house in town and also have a beach house as well. Most of them are well off. So, also we have a lot of people who come here for holidays, spend a few weeks here, or come here,
hmm,
then continue down to the beach houses, spend the week at the beach, return back here, go home. We are kind of a transit point to the beach. The West Coast, it's a more friendly place compared to the North Coast. Uh, Better light, warmer water, less bandits.
I see. Okay. So is town is like for rest and relaxation, vacation.
In parts, yeah.
Very interesting. Okay. Is the other town that is also in the same near the same water? What's it called? Like pulls out the map. West Coast. Is that the same?
It's the budget version of this place.
Ah, so you have more of the how you say money. I understand. Okay. Uh,
Let's put it like this: people who go to West Coast uh, for the holidays live in an inn or in like a larger building where you can put a lot of people in, apartment houses. People who come to Green Peak for holidays live in uh, their own beach houses or rented beach houses. But
there is a nod from Reuven, half of like just half understanding, half just going along with her words.
you have no idea what
Not
she's talking about.
yeah, like fully understanding what's going on here, but okay, these weird humans doing something weird on the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's learned to ignore multiple key points in humans' behavior at this point. So he kind of just nods along with her and finally goes, "Well, I have one more question. Is reason I come to your town? You have a clan guild and hunters guild clan. Yes.
Uh, would you mind restating the question? I didn't quite catch what
You
you are
have
trying to
a
ask.
guild clan of hunters. People, he like begins describing the like hunters guild symbol that he's seen outside the
Oh, yeah,
door.
you mean if we have a person from the Hunter's Guild here? Yeah, yeah, of course.
Eh, is there only one person here in your clan?
There's a few people who work with him, but there's one official envoy from the Hunter's Guild.
Is his name? Uh, Let me check. Theodore or Eren?
Uh, it's Aaron, yeah.
Ah, okay. He like outlines the Eren in his notes. Okay. Is he around?
You check at his house. So it's like next to the sheriff's office. All the official buildings are next to each other. Which seems to be a common occurrence in all these towns.
Mm-hmm. Uh, so he asked for. Okay. He probably asked for the sheriff's location then, or like the building's location.
Oh, she points you in like direction across two streets down to the left. Then there's this marketplace, and on the other side of the marketplace.
Gotcha. Okay. Uh, I think that's all that Ruben has unloaded here. Oh, he might ask, this Eren, how is he? How how what how does he live?
Uh, well, first thing that you will notice about him is that he's quite old, but the best shot I've ever seen. Uh,
Oh, really? Very good with bow.
yeah,
As a
extremely
glow
good.
in Ruben's eyes.
I
Okay,
have never seen anyone that with abilities that can match his. Despite his age, it's impressive.
really?
He's a bit weird. Uh, don't ask him about his past. He doesn't really like to talk about it.
There's definite understanding in Ruben's eyes as he kind of nods. Okay, I understand.
But other than this, he's like a really nice guy. Very calm. Keeps the place safe from like the larger critters of the area.
I see. Okay, he's your main protector of of woods.
He's. I mean, we have the guards in town, but he's the person who makes sure that the creatures from the forest don't accidentally wander into town and eat two of the guards before getting killed, which is a good thing.
Okay, there's a nod from Ruben, and thank you very much for information. I can buy food, and do you know what this Eren likes with your, as you say, alcohol?
He doesn't like alcohol.
Uh, what he like then?
He mostly drinks tea.
Do you have tea?
No.
Ah, okay. Uh, Reuven kind of does an awkward wave again and probably walks off then.
All right. Do you grab your stuff, or do you like rent the room out for a few days?
He probably leaves his stuff there. He'll give some of the shiny gold. He'll give 2 gold. I think that matches. That's for,
5 days.
yeah.
All right. You
Yeah.
pay for 5 days in advance, and she takes your money and is happy. And you can go off to find Erin.
He probably mutters like tea, tea. Where do I get tea? Do I see anything that reminds me of a market when I start traveling around?
You
Well,
come, like, you have heard that you have to cross the marketplace, so, the market
all
square.
right.
So, at some point you arrive at the market.
And I know what tea is. Elves probably drink tea, so I'm gonna, using my nose, attempt to find some tea that I can buy.
Give me a d20.
2.
2. Where's the thing that I'm looking for? You find a very weird thing that you have not seen before. Somebody's trying to sell like this hot beverage, the like thing that you can make into a hot beverage. It's like this dark brown powder.
He probably goes up to them, asks if that is tea.
This is much better than tea.
Much better than tea, you say.
Yes, yes.
And people who like tea will like this even more.
Guaranteed. I would bet on it. Not too
Okay.
much because I'm not a rich person, but definitely, yeah. Everybody loves it. All the people are drinking it here, so
Are people around drinking it?
not anyone you can see around you at the moment.
Okay. That's it. He was initially very on board, but not seeing anyone literally around us now pulls Ruben back. Okay, I will. I buy. How expensive? What is best?
He points to like a small um, clay container on his table and says, "It's only 5 gold pieces." As he points to like one of a small clay container. Can't be too much thing in this one.
Is this your best?
Yes, that's the best
He,
offer we have.
he
Unless you
nods.
want to buy more, we have bigger containers as well. And he points to one that is like roughly 3 times as big and says, "That's one is 10 gold pieces."
Eh, do you have tea too?
No, nobody drinks tea. Tea is an old story.
Did I see anyone selling tea?
No,
No one sold tea. Okay.
you didn't see anyone sell tea.
Yeah, yeah.
You're convinced that there's nobody selling tea.
I think I am right. I gave them a look. I took a look. I think I at least think I looked right.
Yeah.
Then he believes him. He's gonna take out a bag of like slightly less than 50 gold and then just start just throwing gold down until it makes 10 pieces.
All right. He gives you a container that weighs 5 pounds.
Bam.
A clay container that weighs 5 pounds. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I very much hope is better than tea.
It is better than tea.
Okay. Then gives a thumbs up at him. Not a thumbs up, like a wave, awkwardly close wave, and then walks away.
All right.
Goes looking for this sheriff building or this other building.
Yeah, you see across the marketplace. You have seen it before as you're going across the market. There's these 2 buildings. One of them has the military security emblem on it, and the next one has the Hunter's Guild emblem on it.
Okay. he stands in front of the. He walks to stand in front of the Hunters Guild one. Doesn't do anything yet. Kind of just in one hand holding the jar
Mm-hmm.
of coffee, and the other is like kind of
It's not coffee, it's better tea, okay?
exactly. That's what Ruben thinks it is. Uh, then like pats himself with the other arm, making sure everything's okay. Tweaking his hair, tweaking his clothes, like someone about to go on like a job interview or something.
Mm-hmm.
Making sure the kitty is hidden, and then takes a few deep breaths and knocks on the door. With some strength.
You knock on the door and you hear a voice from inside say, "Come in, I'm open."
There's like 2 seconds of doing nothing, and there's a moment of awkwardness as he very slowly opens the door and like peeks inside.
You peek inside and you see sitting at a desk a old man, grey hair, still full, uh, looks very charismatic despite his age.
Gotcha. Ruben probably awkwardly does a wave at him and then take a step inside.
You see behind him, leaning against the wall, is a very beautiful bow that kind of reminds you of your own.
Ooh, okay. Probably stepping inside. There's very obviously there's a Ruben's eye shift towards the bow and there's a glint, maybe
Mm-hmm.
even a glint, like as it stops, a look behind himself at his own bow on his back,
Mm-hmm.
but stops it relatively quickly and then uh, postures himself up again
Mm-hmm.
into a pretty neat way, and then does a, a neat bow
Yeah,
at
but
this
the
man.
person is sitting at the desk. It's still like writing some things down as you enter, uh,
Yep.
missing your awkward glances, and then as you like bow, looks up at you and says, "Oh, what brings a elf to my place?"
Uh, Hello, uh, I am Ruven of the Vinra clan of the Elves. Am I? Are you, as you say, name? He has like in his open arm. He has like a piece of paper as he's looking in. Eren or Theodor?
As you like say the second name, he like slightly uh, moves his head to the side a bit and says, "Erin is my name. I go by Erin."
He nods. Uh, okay. It is nice meeting you, Eren.
Pleasure is
Slightly a
mine.
nod. The bow is still happening.
Mhm.
Uh, I and now in a pretty awkward way, kind of stumbles his words. I'm here to ask about your uh, skills in bow.
He takes a long look at you. And then says, "And why do you think I am someone who is skilled with a bow?"
As Reuven reaches beneath his like hair at the back of his like uh, sorry, reaches like beneath his hair into like the like held between his ear, right, is a flower that he takes out
Mm-hmm.
and like twirls it around. I was given guidance by and like twirls the flower in his fingers. Uh, Guidance of spirit of the woods.
As I say this,
Like,
you see the as his eyes narrow and he grimaces in your direction.
a light squint of eyes from Reuven, but he doesn't stop his sentence or like try to do any clever tricks of wordplay. He just kind of goes at it pretty openly and just spews information as he goes. Her name is I've already Arya, right?
Yeah, you don't even get
Arya.
to say the name as he stops you and says, I know who you're talking about. At least you're a honest person, I guess. And I will let this one slide for now. You elves, you have a different understanding of things. Just be aware that I'm not on great terms with these wood spirits anymore.
There is like a squint in Ruin's eyes. He probably now stands slightly more up from his more bowed posture. Slightly squints his eyes, going, I believe I have just slightly heard of it, yes. I am quite confused, actually, as I have heard of only good things about you and how you were taught archery.
I have been taught many things, but I paid a large price, and it wasn't voluntary. Let's leave it at that for now. So,
That's you go.
I accidentally moved the map. I hate when this happens. I think back where it's supposed to be. No. Sorry. What the fuck? Okay. No. Ha!
The world shakes.
The world shakes at this
A cataclysm.
meeting of the mighty warriors. Yeah. What the fuck is going on the right side here? Is it correct now? Oh, I have to fix this later. It's good enough. I think everything's correct anyways. Okay. I hate when this shit happens. Sorry. Slight freak out moment.
No problem.
Where were we?
He was just about to say something.
Yeah. And why are you coming here? What is it you're looking for?
As Reuben like braces himself a bit and like gathers himself a bit more and gains some confidence, and eventually blurts out, I am on a path to help balance nature, to be a guardian of nature. And for that, I need strength in my bow, and I understand that I need something else to become better in my bow skills. And I am searching for a way to grow stronger with my bow. And then, like, still, like, no longer twirling the flower in his hand, just kind of looks down at it again. And I heard from people here in Green Peak that you are very, very good at bow skills.
I am. That is one of the things I learned. So you're looking for someone to teach you.
There's a moment of like Ruven's expression changing, not at the word teach, but then eventually, like, calming himself, he goes, yes, 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 that is what I am looking for. I am, I want to get better at my bow, and understand a new path. And my skills that I have so far learned are no longer enough.
An elf coming to a human to learn how to be a better archer. One couldn't write a funnier story than this.
There is a expression of like a scrounged up expression in Reuben's face. I, I, yes, yes. I understand if this is ridiculous to you, but because of my own reasons, I cannot learn from my own elders. I am searching for my own path, and I understand that you are, and seeming like putting the flower away, he seems to have trouble finishing his sentence.
That I am the perfect tool, trained in the way of your people, in some sense, I guess.
There is a expression of helplessness in Reuben's eyes as he goes, uh, maybe. It seems like you are. I have been said about you that you are good, and I trust that opinion. And you are of the very few that creatures exist in these lands that I would that has some sort of that I would trust, even though I have not seen your and talked to you before.
He stands up from behind his desk and walks around, towering quite a bit over you. He's
Yeah,
like 6 feet too tall or so. Like it's a large man. And he
and yeah,
looks down at you and says, I don't believe your story. What is it you're not telling?
Reuben's eyes squint and his head kind of like goes to the side in like a questionable fashion, and she says, I have said everything I believe needed. this is the reason I'm coming to you. I I
I
do.
believe that the reason why you're coming here is so I can teach you. I just don't believe what's going on around this. Why are you coming here? Why are you not going back to your people, learning from your elders? Why do you even need my help?
There is a moment of like hesitation in Reuben's eyes, then like a firmness as he finally goes. I have reason not to be. I am here in the human lands for a reason. I do not want to go on the exact same path all of my peers have gone on. All of my elders and their elders, my parents and my peers, the exact same path of archery. I want to try something else. As he definitely sees there's some points that Ruben very intentionally like skirted past the reason why he can't go back to the Elven lands, but there is sincerity in his voice.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that you can't go back. You're afraid to go back, aren't you?
There is absolutely an expression of like, oh shit, I'm being read like a book by this old man from Reuben as this surprise and like unwillingness to admit it, though there is very much easily seen through like the embarrassment in Reuben's face as it slightly brightens, reddens up as he stays quiet.
Now this is interesting. You afraid to go back to your homelands to learn. And you come here to learn from me, an old man afraid to go back where he's from. Go back to where he learned everything. Almost poetic if you think about it.
There are some elements of confusion and even concern in Reuben's eyes as he like looks at him as he was saying that.
The old man kind of looks into the distance. He doesn't say anything for quite a while.
Feel like Reuben also doesn't kind of want to say anything at the moment. He
Yeah.
feels he feels like his entire body structure has just been scanned through and doesn't really like the feeling and doesn't really have any other outs as well. So he's kind of just stuck there in this position and doesn't really want to do anything to break out of it at the moment.
After quite a few moments have passed, feels like an eternity,
Mm-hmm.
he goes back to his desk. One hand on the book that he was like writing in or reading in at the moment. Looks at you and says, I'm willing to teach you if you can prove that you are a capable archer to me. I don't believe just because you're a elf that you're good at what you're doing.
There is maybe a twitch at Reuben's eyebrow as there's question within his, even though he recognizes his lack of ability somewhat, there's still a twitch of like the ooh the like, question at his abilities, and patiently waits for what he was about to say next.
There's a rare creature slowly moving its hunting grounds closer to town. I've been tracking it for quite a while now, hoping that it wouldn't come to this, but I'm afraid that if it keeps ranging, it will slowly but surely run into contact with the people of Green Peak or the travelers down to the coast. If you manage to take it out, I will teach you.
As he said these words and kind of what essentially was like an emotional like slap in the face from this man against Reuben. Reuben's fighting spirit is lightly lit in his heart as he gathers himself and does a very light nod. If that is what it takes to learn new abilities, then I shall do it. I he first asks her like a question in his heart, going, "This, how does he word this? This hunt. Do I have to do it completely only by myself and my skill?" As he like, okay, how much does he trust this man? I think he does. I think he does eventually trust the man. He's learning this to teach her. I think he's taking the risk. This is Reuven's like young brashness coming out as he pats Kitty on his shoulder and has her come out, clearly indicating the question to be about the cat.
You can take your companion with you if you feel the need to. You seem the ranger type anyways.
There is a squint from Reuven as he stops patting the cat and lets the cat go back to sleep in his hood.
Oh, cat's awake. Cat's staying awake now.
Yeah, yeah, that's totally fine. But yeah, lets the cat like alone in his hood, no longer patting at it, and then looks back to the man, going, "Is there information about this creature? Do I need to find out myself?"
It's a large cat. Dark, shimmering skin. It has 2 tentacles.
Do these ring my bells in my mind? About
Give me a d20. I want to roll really high.
okay,
Nah,
that's average. Okay,
doesn't ring a bell. They are tricky. Mostly because they magical by nature, and are slightly shifting through this world. They don't are exactly where you expect them to be. It takes a very skillful archer to take them down.
There is a squint in Reuven's eyes as he nods at this. Where did you track this creature to?
If you go to the east, about 5 miles, you will be in its hunting territory. There obviously is other things around there. The ever-appearing bugbears, the wargs, but they aren't as aggressive. Getting close to one of these creatures, they are willing to eat you. And they don't care about fire.
Did I understand correctly when he said these things are aggressive and don't care about fire? He was talking about the tentacle monster?
Yeah. Basically, the bugbears and the wargs and the wolves, nobody really cares too much because they are easy to fend off.
Gotcha.
Tentacle cat is a different beast.
As Reuben slightly frowned and but seems to have turned his brain into a different gear and goes like full like hunter mode with like his tiny piece of paper with a charcoal that he's writing on to memorize this, and he's like thinking through this and definitely he's like the hunter mode is engaged as he's thinking about this like a hunter and asks questions like, is this creature hunting during the night or the or when it is light?
They hunt when they are hungry. They can see as well in the night as in the day, it seems. They are carnivores. They hunt for game. Anything that's smaller than them, or anything that's the same size as them.
He probably asked for the like size. Do I know about tigers or something to like compare this and ask about the comparison? Or I guess I can just ask for like measurements in feet or meters.
Yeah, they're like 10 feet long. Something about the size. Comparable to like a brown bear or a large dire wolf. Very hard to see in the night. Although you're elven, so you have a distinct advantage.
Nods from Reuben. Eventually, after he's asked all the questions he can think of about this creature in his like full hunting experience and knowledge he has,
You get the feeling that he's specifically not giving you very
yeah,
good answers.
yeah,
Just
gotcha.
random.
But it still seems like Reuben methodically writes everything he says down, even if it's like not very well said. And will eventually, then after he's written everything down, do a nod, even a not a full like ceremonial bow, but a slight bow at him
Mm-hmm.
and say, "I shall return when
Mm-hmm.
I have hunted this creature."
Good luck.
Uh, and Reuben steps out
All right.
into the city, into the town streets.
What's the next step?
I look up in the sky what day time. Uh, he probably looks down and sees that there's a pot of coffee, pot of really good tea that is still in his hand, held tightly, realizing he hadn't put it down. Uh, he'll probably. He doesn't want itself. Does it? No. He probably like quickly opens the door, puts it in, and closes the door again, and leaves it at like the doorway, and then walks away. Power walks away back to the tavern.
Okay. Mm,
Yeah.
okay. Awkwardness check has passed.
Always
Alright.
trying. Always trying.
So it's still early here. It's like 10 in the morning.
Well, for one, I believe Reuben would want to hunt this creature during the day rather than night. Because even though I do have dark vision, it's not at super range. I think I do want to prepare some things. I have. He like looks over his equipment, goes back to the tavern room, and starts looking through his equipment, everything he has, everything he could be using. Things he doesn't need, maybe leaves at a tavern. So like the large amounts of money he might leave at a tavern. He has two magic stones from Uzma that might come in useful. Make sure he hasn't used his uh, thingy in a while. His invis shield, but that's fine. So he hasn't used it in a while, so he knows that the charge is back up. So if he needs it, the shield is there. I think he will he will take the cat with him, but not with. Maybe attempt the combat without the cat at least, but have the cat just sitting there for now. He did feel a bit hurt on the like condescending, like, yeah, you can take your cat with you, you weakling. But that's what Reuben himself thinks that interaction went.
Okay.
Looks through, thinks if he has anything special to buy. He might go out back to the market area and see if there's like a weapon, like a smithy or weapons. He
Uh,
might buy an extra few arrows.
you can find arrows, yeah.
Sure. Buy some arrows. Ooh, does he want anything else? I'm looking through gear. Is that 5 DM? Is
Good.
most of the gear. If I
Just
want it,
ask me if you want to buy something, if you can get it in this town.
great. Let's look at. Where is it? Bear trap. Ooh, these things are expecting 75 gold. To be fair, I don't. Try it. Yeah. Is there a bear trap, DM?
No.
Okay. Then it should find anything. Yeah, and then he buys some arrows. I'll buy a couple of the long-ranged arrows.
Um, you kind of need to prove that you killed this thing, so you need some way to get the corpse back to town.
I'm gonna just assume Reuven is gonna. Current plan is just fucking carry it. I have 18 something strength.
Okay.
Because we could take the horse. 5 miles. Okay, that's actually quite a distance. Yeah, if I put a bear on a, if I think of this as a bear, if I put it on a cart with one horse, will that lift it?
Yeah, sure. But a
Sure.
cart to the woods is not happening.
Gotcha. Then he can't really think of any better plan than to just attempt to carry it. Yeah, I think that's the best he can get. I know that Kitty can like make things smaller for 45 minutes, so that might be useful. I think I'll just buy some rope for that then. He'll buy a fancy rope.
Okay. That you can find.
I buy a few arrows and a fancy rope. That's what I do.
Okay. Fancy rope is 20 gold pieces.
Cool. Find it now. Second. The rope, silk, right? Rope, thin, thick silk.
Yeah, silk.
20 gold and weights. But yeah, I think on that note, uh, he will. Let me just write the arrows then as well, so I don't forget. These are Botkin arrows. I'll buy. They cost 22, so I'll buy 5 of them for 1 gold. Okay. I have arrows. I have silk rope. And I believe that is everything Reuben buys. I don't think he wants to take the horse. Thinking about it, I don't think he wants to take the horse with him in the end. He'd rather take multiple days of just dragging this corpse back rather than risk the horse into this dangerous hunt. So leaving the horse in a comfortable position will head off himself, making sure all his weapons are ready, bows ready. You can do this. And starts heading into the woods. Do we want to take a break, maybe?
Yeah, we can take a break.
That's great. All right.
Right,
I'll
be right back.
Hey.
All right.
So,
It's
dangerous quest.
hunting time.
Yeah.
What's your
So,
what's your plan?
well, I first take a and walk outside of the town, walk inside into the woods,
Mm-hmm.
and as he listens to his own heartbeat raise, even though we're not doing anything dangerous at the moment, just the thinking of this is raises adrenaline a bit as he does get a bit nervous, though he tries and slightly slaps himself in the face and goes, "You can do it. You can do this." And then we'll first off like push even just outside the town. We'll push his like ranger elf abilities inside the woods to peek and be as invisible, covering his tracks, all that,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll slowly start traveling towards just east, 5 miles into east, looking around, taking all the precautions you can.
Mm-hmm. You like sneak as hard as you can.
Yep.
See if you come across something. Give me a perception check.
30.
30. Yeah. As you like arrive at what you think is like the 5 mile range, you hear noises in the distance. Some
Noise.
some weird language that you don't understand. So something is talking, and a weird
Ruben
language that you.
immediately like hides and tries to meld into the woods and greenery and behind maybe a, a tree and just stay still. Attempt to
Mhm.
listen more closely.
Uh, uh, the language sounds kind of angry. Hmm. Kind of like a bunch of grunts mixed into the words, and yeah. Mm. Do you want to get closer? Or?
Ooh. Uh, Slightly, yes. He's pretty confident in his stealth ability.
Mhm. You continue to sneak forward. Mm.
Yeah.
Kitty like whispers into your ear. What this?
He probably does the agreed upon sign of like silence that we have built upon our multiple days of training. Like
Kitty says,
gestures for the
I know talk.
yeah.
I super quiet.
There's a light stifles a laugh slightly as Kitty's antics slightly ease up Reuben's nervousness in this scenario. And
You get closer to where you think the creatures are.
yeah, I
Um,
don't want to get too close. It's just enough so I can slightly listen in.
mhm.
I don't even need to get specifics. Just do I recognize the language?
You don't recognize the language.
Cool. Okay. So I can be sure it's not like I'm assuming I would have heard at least dwarven, gnomish, and goblin as languages I've been around before.
Yeah,
Cool. Okay.
it's none of these languages. It sounds like kind of a stupid creature. Like the the way they are talking, like the weird sounds mixed into it that don't like they're not words, they are just random sounds. Mm, yeah.
I will. Yeah, probably trusting in my mm, invisibleness in the woods.
Mhm,
Will do my best. Be very cautious, and I want to just get a single like glance at what's happening. It doesn't have
mhm.
to be too close, too detailed. Just
Yeah.
what to get a look, just close enough to get a look, and
So
then I'll
you
actually circle around. I'll use enough time and movement as
mhm.
needed.
You're like hiding in the forest. Your elfishness kicking in. You're basically invisible to anything that isn't at least 18 int. Um, and you hear like you're getting closer to the noise, then you hear like you're getting close and you stop, and then you understand that the creatures are getting closer to you. And as you stand there hidden in a bush under a tree or whatever,
Yep.
you see a group of where's, where's a group of 7 bugbears walking through the forest. Um, I don't think you have seen bugbears before. Um, they are large, muscular creatures, 7 feet tall. They have yellowish hide. Mm, they are humanoid in the rough shape, although their faces look more like uh, bear-like or wolf-like in features.
Hmm.
They have long teeth sticking out of their mouths. Um, yeah.
Ruben probably doesn't want to engage at all. Will
Mm-hmm.
sit down silently, studying them, looking at them.
Mm-hmm. They are wearing armor at the moment.
Are wearing armor?
Yeah.
Can I understand what armor they're wearing?
Uh,
Leather.
chainish, some leather armor with like metal weaved into it. Uh, seems to be more protective than normal leather armor, but yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
you would guess it would be hard to cut through it with a sword.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, I don't think he wants to really. He might uh, look at these and see where they're going to see generally what direction these guys are going,
Mm-hmm.
but won't really interact. Will attempt to not interact with these guys.
Okay, yeah, you see them. They are passing by you, not noticing you. Um, they continue talking to each other. You see that they're making a lot of gestures as well while talking. Um, they are heading eastwards at the moment.
Eastwards. Okay, gotcha. Ah, Reuben feels like might be a possibility, like a chance that could be used, and will, doing his best, engage elven abilities to the max and like silently follow these people as they're heading east. I'm
Mm-hmm.
assuming I wouldn't be able to do other things like look for tracks as I'm following them, but I think I'm
You
going to
can
just
hear them talking in the distance, or you can catch up with them.
gotcha.
They are not moving quickly, they're moving
Cool.
relaxedly, strolling through the forest. Mm.
Okay.
They seem
So
to be
I'll
moving
have
slower than you, anyways.
great. So I'll have essentially two things I want to do. One is follow them at a healthy distance,
Mm-hmm.
waiting for them to maybe spring a trap, or like maybe get caught by this creature I'm hunting.
Mm-hmm.
And though the chances aren't very likely, if it happens, it'd be very good for me. And two, I'd just like to keep an eye out for tracks, especially ones that look bearish, like bear-sized, and especially ones that are bear-sized and like cat feline. So,
One
yeah.
thing that I forgot to mention that that Aaron would have told you is that this creature has 6 legs.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, I think that gives me a. Even though I probably haven't hunted creatures like these before, or like with paws and 6 creatures, I can imagine just from my experience what those tracks would more or less look like. So I'm.
I mean, they would look like a 6-legged creature instead of a 4-legged creature. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it maybe is like smart and it moves in a way that like hides its own footsteps. So I'll take it
It's a
into
cat,
account.
yeah. So maybe it does single pattern movement, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see. In case you were to run across tracks, if there exists some on your path, what would the number be that you have to roll?
Cool.
Let's go into your tracking thingy majiggy.
I think this is a great time to test our abilities with the cat. So Ruben will also release the cat and like use its help for tracking.
Yes. All right. So it's not raining today, which is good. The ground is soft because it has rained. So we have 4 there. What's your wisdom again?
Fist of 14.
14. Okay, then this would be an 18. Um, 0. 19. 20. And then going down to 18. Well, it's an 18. Okay. Yeah, roll me a d20.
And I want an 18 or lower,
Yes.
maybe. 3.
3. Good job. So if you come across tracks before the bugbears get eaten, then I will let you know.
Great. And I'm going to move with them for a good couple of miles. So, like, not just infinitely, but yeah.
What's your hide and shadow with leather armor?
Armor, let me look. Hide in shadows normally is 51, a minus 5 from leather armor, so 46.
Wow. I rolled a 45, so that's why I was asking.
Okay. My math is correct, like 51 minus 5 is
Yes.
46?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the bugbears are blind anyway, so they don't notice you. Yeah, you can follow them for a few miles. Unlike you, they don't notice when they come across the path of a weird creature. You see clearly the tracks of something. You find tracks. If you want to identify what they are, you need to roll again.
I will make a roll.
Yes.
I'll just roll a d20.
Yes.
Ooh, that's not very good.
They seem weird to you. You don't really get much information other than this.
Very muddy. Mud's covered it up well.
Yeah. Something moved through here. It's hard to tell if it was one creature with 6 legs or 3 creatures with 2 legs or 2 big bunnies who are hopping behind each other.
Yeah. I can't even tell how fresh these are. Like, not. Yeah.
Must have been in the last 24 hours.
Gotcha. Okay. Then I'll like attempt to mentally mark these tracks area. Continue following on with the bugbears are, but hopefully I'll be able to get back to these tracks if yeah. But continue following them for some time.
Yep. You continue following them. They are moving a bit slower than you, so you found them around noon, and you've been following them for like 6 miles by now, so it's getting into late afternoon.
Gotcha.
Do you still want to continue following them, or do you go back?
Let me just look. 6 miles. I can travel 12 miles, no, 24 miles in a day, so 12 miles in half a day. I can stay slightly. I'll remain for like 2 extra hours.
Then you have to travel back in the dark.
I think I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna hunt this creature in the dark, but I'm fine with traveling in the dark. I'm
Okay.
an elf.
All right. You continue for as long as you want.
Yeah.
They don't get ambushed by anything. You
Okay.
don't find anything else.
I, after 2 hours, then start heading back. Hopefully, attempting to first find those tracks again that I saw before.
You can follow the tracks of the bugbears back, and they will cross the track of the creature that you can't identify.
Okay. And knowing that it's going to be pretty late soon, in a couple hours, I think Ruven makes the wise choice of. Does he make the wise choice of not going back? It's going to be tougher for me to track stuff during the night, right?
Not really. I mean, these tracks are quite visible. Even if we take the full night modifier, it's just -3. So
Okay.
still a 15.
And if I wanted to start following these tracks tomorrow, would it take extra, like another roll or something?
You would have to find them again,
Okay.
which is kind of the tricky part.
If I like very visibly mark this area, would that help?
Still would have to find a place where you visibly marked something.
Yeah.
Unless you breadcrumb your way back to town.
Do I have anything to breadcrumb my path? I do actually. I have a full 50 foot of silk rope. I'm going to use that. I'm just going to have my sword out, and I'm going to just start cutting segments, like few centimeter sized worms, and I'm just going to make a large path of those.
You need to make like 12 miles.
I need to do that to kilometers.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if we convert it to kilometers. It's exactly 12.5 miles from town to where you are. So
Well, 20 kilometers, that's a large amount of distance. Okay.
Yeah. So that's yeah, 20 divided by 50, that's still 400 meters if you cut it into 1 foot, and that's it's kind of, you can try it, but if it works is a different question.
I think plan B is then do I think I instruct Kitty to watch for 6 hours, will it stay up for that time? Is there a chance that she could?
Can try. I mean, it's a cat. They wake up from everything, usually.
So I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a good old sleeping. I'm gonna mark the tree where the tracks are. I'm gonna go a bit distance away from the marks, like in the tens of feet
Mm-hmm.
away, and then I'm gonna find the best tree I can for a sleeping. Have a sleeping bag, I think. Oh, I didn't pack that. No. I guess I'm sleeping Elven then. Sleeping naked.
Sleeping naked.
Uh, without a sleeping bag.
Okay.
But I'm on a tree anyway, so
Mm-hmm. All right. You had to sleep. You try to make a deal with Kitty to stay awake and pay attention to what's crawling around in the forest.
yeah.
While you take a few hours of sleeping.
Yep.
Let's see. Kitty totally agrees.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I take watch. I pay attention. Yes.
Ruven is like a proud parent and is like, yes, my companion is doing so great,
Mm-hmm.
and will accept it completely,
Mm-hmm.
and then find a secluded, nice area to sleep in.
Mm-hmm. You find a nice tree to sleep in.
And I'll sleep tonight. Probably spacing there a few hours. I might not take a full 8 hour rest, but I have a bunch of con that I think I can
Mm-hmm.
use in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Um. Mm, oh man. Alright. Did you take the first watch or the second watch?
I'll take the first watch. Yeah, and then hopefully by the time I wake up, it's gonna be close to light.
Mm-hmm. So you take the first watch. Give me a perception check.
29.
Yeah. It's you like a few hours after sundown. And you hear a large, heavy footsteps.
I probably already myself don't wake the cat yet, and like just look down from the tree I was sleeping on.
They're like slow footsteps.
Ooh. He doesn't imagine that this hunting creature would have such footsteps, so he's just gonna stay still, absolutely still. Look out.
The steps continue. You guess that uh, the origin of the sound is like 100 feet away at this moment.
Okay. Reuven will like attempt to look the 100 distance through the trees, but like move his head slightly. But I think
Your infravision ends after 60 feet and you can't see further into the dark.
correct, correct, yeah. I think at that point he's just gonna not do anything, be a patient hunter and not engage.
Okay.
Use whatever abilities I have to be, still and silent.
You hear all of a sudden the footsteps stop.
I'm going to gently start waking up the cat.
And then you hear them slowly coming in your direction. Getting closer.
I'm gonna wake up the cat again, or like pick up the cat,
Mm-hmm.
and
Trees
then see
picked
if I
up.
can.
Kind of stretching at the moment.
Yeah, I like pick it up with one hand and like dart slightly further away, attempting to still be invisible.
So you jump down from the tree.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Go behind another tree.
As you jump down from the tree, you see at the edge of your vision range, looking in the direction of the sound, a humanoid creature about 9 feet tall, long dangling arms, long tusks, heading in your direction. It's not trying to be quick. And as you jump down, its head jumps looking in your direction, and it starts running.
Reuven will also begin running away, attempting to use his elven abilities in the woods to escape.
Alright, you're trying to run away.
Yes.
You are 50 feet away from the creature as you start running. I think that's too close for your stuff.
Too close?
What's the stay away range for elven things? Isn't 90 feet?
It's usually 90 feet, yeah.
Yeah. So, you kind of start running. The creature has the same speed as you, and it's trying to get you. So it keeps up, it keeps running after you.
I think we're gonna start making checks to run.
So you're making strength check?
I'm gonna make strength checks, con checks, whatever I need to make.
Alright. Here we go. It's strength checking time. Let me figure out what we have to roll against. How much strength do these creatures have?
Did I get any recognition on what this creature was? I don't want to have like out of character yet.
Give me a d20. Roll higher than 10.
5, no.
Oh, you have never seen one of these.
I probably haven't seen a lot of things in the human lands.
Yeah. Once again, that's a evil creature. If it would exist in a elven forest, it would have been hunted to death. What is +4 in strength? Something 18, I think. Let's check. +4, yeah, 18. Alright. So you want to roll a strength check? I'm gonna roll for the unknown humanoid creature with long dangling arms.
Yeah.
Throws a 9.
I rolled d20.
Yep.
2. I think our strength is probably similar.
You fail your check.
Ouch.
You fail your check, and the creature catches up with you, and we have to roll initiative.
Okay.
As we getting into a fight. This is the wrong one. Let's use this one. Let me just quickly check if I have a something token for this creature. What's your plan? Is your plan to try to run away, or is your plan to fight?
My plan. If I wanted to run away again, what would the checks be?
You can just run. Problem is that the creature is next to you and will get attacks of opportunity.
how many? Oh, right. Would it only get one?
Where did I put it? Oh, it will only get one. Yes.
Uh, I will take that chance then to run away again. Yes.
Okay.
Can I use my shield? Is this some like disengage action, or is that not? I guess if I want to run away with my full speed.
Sprinting away is a full action.
Okay, and that means it gets back attack at me. Will...
Yeah, basically. I mean, you can try to run.
Would I get Dex AC?
Yeah.
Oh, but it get bonuses to attack me anyway.
I mean, it's getting close. You have to decide: do you just run from here, or do you engage?
I attempt another type of running.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. You attempt to continue running. Let's just quickly roll into initiative.
I'll just roll a d10.
+3.
Okay.
For movement. And this creature is large, if I'm not mistaken. Blub, 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 blub.
Should be.
It is, so it rolls at +6. +9, +6.
It should.
Large +6.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have your own token here, right? Ooh, it rolled an 8. I'm just going to quickly grab your token from the. So just let's put this aside and put you in here. Ruvens. And give you HP. Alright. 50 HP, what the fuck? And you get a turn.
Yeah, and I bolt.
And you did roll. Where's the turn order? The fuck?
I rolled a 6, yeah.
Rolled a 6.
Yeah.
I guess Kitty is with you, so we don't roll for
Yeah,
Kitty.
I'm just holding Kitty in my hand.
Okay. Yeah, you try to sprint away. Give me a strength check to see how well you sprint.
Okay, this is much better.
This is much better as the unknown long-armed creature reaches out one of its paws as you run away with a 6 plus 7. It's an 13.
My AC would be a Dex plus armor is 16, plus 1 from just being a magical shield on me is 17.
Do you have the shield on?
I have the shield on, yeah.
At all times?
I feel like we talked about this before, that you're allowed to have the shield on and shoot. It just wouldn't be effective with
I'm
the
just
plus.
asking if you have the shield on while you are in the tree at night, or
Ooh, that's actually a good point. I guess it's a small shield, right? Would
did
it
you
be
have it on because you were on watch? Or...
That's true. I was on watch, so I think I'd have my full set on.
So even with back attack, this would be a miss.
Cool.
You can try to run as the creature tries to follow you and passes its strength check and will manage to keep up with you. As we roll initiative again.
Okay. Is this gonna be just attacks and he attacks and I attack, or I run and he just gets opportunity attacks each time?
Yes.
Okay. That's a +8, +3, so 8.
Alright, you go first again.
Yeah, I run.
You run. Strength check.
That's bad, I fail.
It's a fail. So creature gets a hit off now with a natural 20 critting you for Yeah, it's not that bad. 7 damage.
How much?
7.
7.
As it spends the rest of its turn catching up with you. And we go in the next round.
So, from what I understand, I just have to. He has to fail one, and I have to succeed one
Yes.
for this to work.
Yeah.
Okay, and considering this guy has similar strength to me, he needs to roll a literal 2.
Yes.
This isn't going to work.
It's gonna be rough,
If I
yeah.
want, if I want to run away, it's not. It's gonna have. I have to succeed. He has to roll 2.
Yes.
At this one attack, Ruven will eventually turn around and start attacking, screaming for the kitty to enlarge, to turn big.
Alright.
That's
Let's go.
fight.
We have to fight. There's Kitty.
If I'm in melee, do I attack with my sword or my bow?
In melee, I guess you would attack with
I can use
your
both,
sword.
right? I think I want to.
The real question is, do you think that this creature takes damage from non-magical weapons?
Ruven wouldn't know this.
Can throw, I guess.
I feel like I do, but Ruven wouldn't. So that'd be metagaming. But at the same time, I would like to use my shield and just hide behind cover right now. Or like just use my shield and my bow, sword and shield.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough. I'm gonna roll a d20, and like 11 or higher is I go defensive sword style. Okay, I do.
Okay.
I pull out my magic sword and I put my shield up front.
Mm-hmm.
To get I think 18 AC now, and just attack once with my sword. So.
Alright.
This is initiative 12. Oh, sorry, I should have.
You can use your
Totally
token.
forgot about that. Okay.
And we also roll for Kitty. Can you? No, you
I
can't.
I
Can't touch Kitty because it's not Kitty at the moment. Expensive Kitty. There we go. No, it's Kitty.
Kitty initiative is 3, 1.
Plus
1.
3.
Oh, if he's casting the spell. Oh, I guess.
I mean, you would tell Kitty to grow, and Kitty grows at the end of the round. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to roll an HP for that. Large creature with long dangling arms. A lot of dice.
It is a lot of dice.
Ooh,
Am I going to
good
die
rolls.
here?
15, 20,
Am I going to
30,
fucking
30.
troll?
It's not a troll, it's a large creature with dangling arms. Okay.
Okay.
Ah.
Meow. Meow. Yeah. Kitty immediately goes for the bag attack.
Kitty initiative.
What initiative is Kitty? It doesn't matter because it's going at the end of the round. Too large.
No, Kitty enlarged at the end of the round, and as you decide to fight, and we go now in the next round.
Cool.
Nine. All right. So, Kitty goes first.
Kitty immediately goes for the back attacks.
All right.
Usual 3 attacks. First is bite.
First is bite. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a hit, miss, hit.
So hit on bite. Oh, sorry, that's down. This is bite hit. I guess 2. And claw hit 4. So 6 damage together. I don't. Maybe these guys have like half damage resistance or something?
6. Bum, bum, bum.
Okay.
Just need to check for uh, where's the stupid regeneration thing? Okay.
Fuck, is Ruben gonna die because he doesn't know about the fire?
Alright, it's your turn.
I attack with my sword.
Swing your sword.
This is +5, plus magic. So 21 plus magic to hit.
Yeah, that's a hit.
This is 8 damage. Actually, that's more to hit even because I have 8 insane strength. This is D8, 5 plus strength plus magic.
It's kind of spoiler here. Not telling you how much it is. 5 plus magic plus strength. You know the magic is a +1 sword. I thought we figured it out already.
You have not confirmed it yet.
I've not confirmed it. Okay. It's not confirmed. It's a +1 sword.
Okay, so it's. I'm just gonna say. Until you confirm it, I'm gonna keep saying plus magic.
Yeah, that's fine. Good choice. That's your hit, and the troll's turn comes around. The troll has 3 attacks.
Okay, 18 AC. Let's go.
And it attacks at +7. So I'm just gonna roll 3d20. And that's a hit, a crit, and a miss. So claw is hit, and the bite or pierce is a miss. That's 1, 2, 3. 3 of these ones. That's 4, 5, 6, 10, 14.
14 damage?
14 damage, yes.
Okay.
It's time to roll again. As you all go before the troll. It's not a troll, it's an unknown long-armed creature. It's not a troll.
Exactly.
Okay, you go first.
I think I'm still... Yeah, I think I still have to do the shield and board thing. Sword and board thing.
Yeah.
This plus 5, plus magic, plus strength.
That's a hit.
Plus magic, plus strength. So
Okay.
7 plus.
7 something.
That's
It's Kitty's turn.
Yeah. Those 3 attacks. First is bite. Okay.
Wait, Kitty attacks at +3, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So we have to. That's miss, and crit. But
let me just check. Yeah, 18 dexterity. So.
No, it's just Elven Cats attack at +3.
Oh, okay. I don't have the actual sheet or something. So just 1 crit.
Yes, with the claw, the second claw.
Yeah. This is all. It's so convenient for me, but I'm still messing it up, Duck. 8 damage.
Alright, and the troll, once again, not giving a single fuck about almost being dead here, rolls his damage. That's a miss, a crit, and a hit. So that's the first claw comes in for 10 damage. And then the bite for... I need the other die again, put it away. For 12 damage.
Jesus! I'm at 7 HP.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we go again.
Go again.
Initiative.
That was a 13.
There's a very possible chance. Okay. Okay. Did I use the... Yes, Okay, I used all of... Okay. Did everything correctly.
Yes, Kitty goes first.
3 attacks versus bite. So
Hit,
17.
miss, hit.
Going to 6. And I think he's still going at it, so
Yes.
claw hit to 2. Just
knocking the creature to the ground. It's your turn.
Ruven will... He's freaking... I was preparing like 2 attacks with my swords. I might like give it a good poke, and then, goddamn, let's just breathe heavily after I've like, not really attacked it. Just gonna did it like if it like blue draws me after being attacked, I like push it off my body.
It just falls to it, like its feet give out on it, and it falls to the ground.
I will first off just.
Do you attack it this round, or do you not attack it?
It's dead, DM. I don't know what you're talking about,
Yeah,
DM. It's dead. Why would I attack it? That would make no sense. Why would I attack just an enemy that's already dead? That's stupid, Duck. So you know. Instead, I'm going to use this turn as my action for like a perception to like listen in if there's any hostiles coming at us.
Give me a perception check.
14. Oh, very good.
Your heart is pounding very loudly. You just took a lot of damage. You're bleeding. The creature on the ground is bleeding. Kitty is sitting behind it, kind of having one paw raised, ready to hit it again.
I listen in. Okay, this is now where Ruven's curiosity comes in. Does he want to search this new thing? I don't know. I'm gonna roll a check to see if he searches it or not, or if he wants to just run. The safest thing would be just run away right now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna roll check, DM. What do you think would be appropriate? Willpower to see if I want to check out this new creature, or if I want to run away immediately in these very, very dangerous woods.
What would be a pass?
I think there's a 21 on a willpower check.
Yeah, but what happens when you pass the check?
I run away immediately.
Okay.
To get to base.
All right.
Okay. I grab the kitty. Next action, I grab kitty and start running.
Okay. Do you turn around as you start running?
Probably. I thought about grabbing like a thingy of this new thing for like a valuable, but I didn't see this thing. This looks like it's just a bigger ogre, right? Or like bigger orc.
It has a different body structure. Like it has really long arms, and it's huge. Looks very different.
Okay. I think I rolled well enough there that I don't even like take the chance to cut off a finger or something.
Yeah, the thing that kind of probably pushes you over the edge into running away is the fact that the creature did not give a single fuck about getting hit by you.
Sure. I think he just goes, picks up the cat and runs.
Yeah.
Maybe looks around.
Yeah. As you run away and look behind you, you see that the creature is slowly standing up.
There's cold sweat on Ruven's back as he begins to just run away again, hoping that this guy isn't gonna chase after again and has the chance to Elven Invis away.
You have one round away from it, so you can become slightly invisible. Do you keep running or do you try to hide?
I do try to hide. Once I'm like 90 feet away from it, I attempt to just away into the woods.
You hear the creature stomping behind you.
I attempt to hide away.
How do you hide?
Using like elven stuff, I want to just not go in a straight direction, start going left and right, zigzag into the side.
Yeah, the creature stomps in the direction that it thought you were running in the first place.
Yeah.
And 6. And stops, and you hear like sniffing in the air. And like it stomps, stomp, 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 then it stops again. And you hear it like inhaling very loudly. And it starts coming in your direction again.
I will just start running again, I think.
Okay. You can't see it yet, so give me strength check.
Strength 14.
Okay. All right. Do you run into a random direction or?
I'd like to my still should be pretty honed well direction sense go near Green Peak.
Okay. So you take your best guess what is west and run in this direction. Let's see. You just keep sprinting.
I think so. It seems like this guy can like smell me.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. So I'm gonna attempt to like as I'm running away, see if there's any bodies of water that I could like thread through or jump through to disguise my smell.
There's nothing you come across at this moment, no.
And then I keep running.
Okay. Give me a, just to be sure, give me a con check.
Okay.
Alright, you pass your con check. And you like keep sprinting into the dark. Kitty is following you. And after a while, like you stop. How long do you run, or do you stop to listen to see if the creature is still?
I stop running when I've like found like a patch of mud or a patch of like water. I could like quickly pat myself at to change my smell.
Yeah, you come across like a small little creek, or like a small creek that you can wash your blood off a bit.
Yeah, I do. I just like take a tumble into it and just for a turn, a rumble, like just like what's the word? Just like roll in it, and then just stand back up and start running again.
Yeah.
And then after a few minutes, I stand back, listen.
You don't hear the stomping anymore.
Okay. With my heart rate absolutely at the max, I use my elven abilities to go start through the night, go back to Green Peak.
All right. You try to sneak your way back to Green Peak. Don't run into any more trouble.
Great. I just rush to my room and in, and I'm freaking bloodied. Just look at my freaking wounds everywhere.
Yeah.
I like wish I had freaking Uzma or Vigla with me. Cry a bit at that. Emotions are running high. As he it's really late. He does his best to put like clean sheets on top of his bloodied wounds for now, and then he's gonna wait till the morning.
All right. took you still like 2 hours or so to get back to Green Peak, or 3 hours, despite you like really pushing yourself. Um,
Then I'm just gonna sleep, yeah,
yeah,
until morning or whenever I wake up.
yeah. You like fall asleep, kind of have these weird dreams about long-armed creatures following you through the forest.
Oh yeah.
It's not only the long-eared ones; it's the long-armed ones as well now.
God damn. Add that just to the list of nightmares
Yeah.
Ruben has.
Um, you wake up in the morning, your body hurts as fuck. Like your legs hurt, all the wounds are burning. Um,
He's gonna attempt to go out and attempt to find something similar to a temple he's seen before.
um,
He doesn't want to
you
talk to
go
anyone.
downstairs in the common room, and the barkeeper lady looks at you and says, "What happened to you?"
It seemed like Ruben really just wanted to burst out and run out of the door right now, but with his face absolutely red, he kind of just stops himself, grits his teeth, and turns back. I saw a very large green creature uh, outside with very long arms.
You ran into a troll?
I have no idea what its name was, but it was very fast and very scary.
Oh boy. Uh, if you're heading
You,
out, please tell Aaron that there's a troll roaming again.
could you repeat what you said, DM?
Uh, tell Aaron that there's a troll roaming again.
There's a like a flush in Ruben's cheeks as he kind of passes by that and is like, "Do you have in town heal people?"
Yeah, sure. We have like a small chapel. It's like also at the market square where you can find
Okay,
someone who is capable of helping you.
okay, and like the steps walks unsteadily walks out of the tavern to find this staple.
Chapel.
He calls it a staple.
Okay.
Weird humans, you know.
Yeah. All right. You head out there. There's like a small like it's not like a large temple. It's a small worshipping area, but also the local town healer works from there. So
He will do the same he did in Low Bay. Like, just I have a bunch of money. Can you please put the stingies on my wounds?
the person sees you like crawling into the chapel more or less, and
Yeah,
rushes
yeah.
to you and says, oh my God, what happened to you?
I met, how you say, Drull.
You ran into a troll? You survived? Oh my God. Is it close to here? Has Aaron been informed already?
I did not understand. My hearing is quite. There is one claw right past my ear. I think half my ear is slightly taken off. I'm not very good of hearing right now.
Yeah,
I
never mind. I will send someone to inform him. Um, take a seat here, and like she grabs some bandages and starts cleaning your wounds and wrapping them up. At some point, like she, uh, uh, like talks with somebody else who exits the temple, and a few minutes later, in through the door exits the chapel, and a few minutes later, in through the door comes the person and a certain gray-haired hunter.
There is an absolute like blush of the highest order in Reuben's face. His entire face goes. Not only is it covered in blood, being red, but the skin underneath also, from embarrassment, goes red. his elven face just completely looking ripe as a tomato, and immediately starts moving his body, seemingly wanting to move away from this room into the door, away. But seeing like, if there's only one door in this,
Yeah.
so like as his like aching body stands up to like go towards the door, he like realizes he's stuck in this room with them.
Also, there's somebody trying to clean your wounds and help you, so.
Exactly, he like
Yeah.
brushed her off as she like stood up slightly.
And she said, sit down, and like puts her hand on your knee, and like your your strength exits your body as she like gets close to touching one of your wounds again. As you fall back down to where you're sitting or lying.
Reuben moves his face like right down into the ground, not looking at anyone.
Uh, well. If it isn't my want to be apprentice here.
He's still staring right at the ground, covering it, like just looking away to at the side on the ground, not looking up at all.
Seems like your hunt took a interesting turn, huh? Although, as he like looks over the wounds on your body, he says, "That definitely wasn't the creature I sent you after. So, you ran into a troll and survived? Kind of impressive."
Reuben kind of like, it takes a good while for Ruin's face to like slightly move up and like not looking at them fully, just looking at their legs, kind of just weak voiced. I think he like slightly makes it look like he's really growls up his voice, like he can't really talk, and goes, "Yes, I, there is a big green thing, and it followed me very well. It, it, it could smell very well, and it was very, it hurt very much, and I killed it. I killed it, and then it came back."
Well, running unprepared into a troll is and not dying. Quite the achievement. Tell me, how far away from town did you run into this creature? Is it something we have to be worried about?
Reuven very best to attempt to recall where it was. It was like where he first saw the tracks, slightly away from it.
Yeah, like 10 miles or so.
Yeah, he replies with that.
10 miles, it followed you a bit. Probably nothing to worry about at the moment.
Reuven, after like slightly lessening his embarrassment at the situation, like gets like a baffled expression on his face, and he kind of more still looking at the healer that's patching his wounds, going like, why did it not die? How I made sure its head, it 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 was almost lopped off its entire body. I Its neck was cut in half almost. How did it trace back up?
Well, one of the things you don't learn to deal with in the Elven Woods are these type of creatures that are kind of on the evil side. Trolls don't die if you kill them, unless you know what you're doing. You can hack the head off, and after a few minutes the head will start trying to bite you, and the body will try to find its head. Unless you know how to get rid of these creatures, you are, well, lucky that you survived, I guess. How did you get rid of it? They once they have wounded you enough and you smell like blood and fighting, uh, they're quite tedious to lose.
Well, I believe it chased me for a very long time, but I eventually covered myself in water, mud, and when I looked back, it no longer was chasing me.
Hmm. Must have lost your track before that. Using water most of the time doesn't really do the trick. Hmm.
Its smell was so good. Could smell me so far away.
Yeah, they
How
see very good in the dark and they smell even better than that. Anything moves in their vicinity, they just run at it. Creatures that don't die when you chop their head off, they don't really care too much about getting hurt, so yeah,
how
known to charge headfirst into any battle.
how do you kill it? As he still looks completely baffled, not understanding how this abomination of a creature could possibly exist.
Oh, you burn it. Make sure it doesn't start moving and just keep burning it until there's nothing left.
I think at this point Reuben slightly begins shutting down as is in way too much pain and is absolutely exhausted still probably.
Um, Aaron takes a closer look at you and says, "Well, you get back on your feet. Training starts in a week. We still have this place of yours to take care of. Meet me at sunup." And he leaves.
Like as he leaves and turns his back and like walks out of the like for the first time, Ruin fully looks up and then his eyes fully lit up and there's this unseen baffled experience expression in Ruben's face as he's like completely confused and confounded by this situation. And
Yeah.
there's a slight glimmer in his eye. As he's extremely confused by this, but shouts like a very hearty, yes, yes, as he leaves.
All right. Also, it's raining cats and dogs today. That's like the worst weather you have seen so far.
Ooh,
There's no way in hell that you would have found anything on this day.
well, looks like old Reuven got lucky again.
Yeah.
Just absolutely lucked it out. He didn't even have to do anything.
The troll was kind of like 3 crits in 3 rounds.
Yeah,
It's like
it was
decent
actually.
rolls.
There's a back attack crit,
Mm-hmm.
just a bunch of crits, at least two others.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ouch. Ouchie, ouchie.
And the D8 for the bite was also an 8.
Ah,
Yeah.
50 HP, baby.
50
If I
HP,
had-
baby.
Yeah. If
So
I'd rolled badly on my HP, I'd be dead now.
yeah. Speaking of 50 HP, do you want to keep the amulet on? Like you have 1 week that you rest to regain
Ooh.
HP. Do you keep the amulet on or do you take the amulet off?
I think I keep it on. Right, it makes me feel better, even though I'm wounded. I still have more. I feel like extra con would still make you feel better even if you're wounded.
Mm-hmm.
If I
Okay.
top it off, yeah.
I mean, the difference would be uh, getting 14 HP out of 30 or 18 out of 50.
Yeah, but I eventually need to heal it up anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, yeah,
Alright. So you keep it on. It's fine.
yeah, I think I do.
Alright, so you stay kind of in bed rest for 1 week. I think we will end here for today.
I think that's totally fine.
And your training montage begins on the next Saturday, which is also in game the next Saturday.
Okay.
Let's just check if there is a herbalist in town as well. There is. Alright.
Woo!
So you can pay a lot of money for them healers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, you don't pay them money, you like give money to the church. But
He doesn't really understand it.
yeah.
He gives them money for the
Yeah, so
services.
you kind of have to spend. You paid for 5 days, which was on Friday, so Friday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 16 silver for this, and then the 1 week of healing is 14 gold, so 15, 16 gold. Yeah, just say 16 gold, and then there's.
I'll play 16 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just quickly. There's something about healing rules that I don't mess this up. If it really is just +4 for your heal, if you stay 1 week, or if it's more. No. Mm-hmm. Da-da-da. Oh, what? This is a different rule that I have in my head. Mm-hmm.
Old lucky dog Ruven did it again. Didn't even have to do anything. Yeah.
If you have complete bed rest, you regain 3 hit points per day.
I think that's what I do. I probably want to get as ready as I can for the training.
Alright, so you can spend all the time in bed. Which would give you. That's even more than like. Just bed rest gives you 3 per day, and then you have a healer and a herbalist as well, so that's 5 a day. Which would be 39 hit points total.
Great. That's like including the 7 I had.
39 plus 7.
Plus 7. Okay, that's 46.
Yeah.
I'm almost at full.
Almost.
Yeah. Maybe we do. Is Usmar a herbalist as well?
No.
Okay, so if we. It's still not as good, not quite as good as.
I didn't think about the complete bed rest thing.
Okay. Hasn't been very apparent thus far. Anyway, we've had a healer, like a cleric with us.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, exciting stuff. Learned a lot, traveled a bunch, had a bunch of chats.